The second day of the 11th GRIHA Summit. I request everyone to please be seated as we're about to begin the session. We're expecting more people to trickle in as we go. We'll begin the session meanwhile. I would first like to make a safety announcement. TERI is a quality, health, safety and environment certified organization. In case of any untoward incident like fire, evacuation is required. You are required to exit from this auditorium through the fire exit gate nearest to you without any panic. There are 7 exit gates from this auditorium, 4 on the ground floor, right, left and 2 main entrances. There is 1 exit on the stage and 2 exits on the balcony. In the case of a fire, fire marshals will take their position in the aisle and exit gates to help you evacuate. Thank you. As you may all know, that GRIHA Council every year goes a step beyond conventional exhibitions. And for instance, we had Sparsh during the 8th GRIHA Summit, Praroop during the 9th GRIHA Summit, Akar during the 10th GRIHA Summit. This year we have Venu Kutir, a 240 square foot bamboo cottage inspired by the form of a bird's nest. It has been designed to create a comfortable living space using only bamboo as the predominant building material. Do visit the exhibit.
Can buildings of the future be different? Welcome to Venu Kutir. Set up in the India Habitat Center, a comfortable living space put up in 8 days. With prefabrication work of 8 days, this cottage shows the potential of what could be the most sustainable and stunning building material of tomorrow: bamboo.
Bamboo is hollow from within, but otherwise a strong material. Its tensile strength can match that of steel, and its specific strength matches that of concrete. Construction involves a lot of concrete and steel, and producing these two elements releases a lot of GHG emissions. On the contrary, bamboo sequesters carbon and is environmentally friendly. It's one of the most easily and cheapest structural material that can be made available for construction purposes. Clearly, from the climate goal perspectives, bamboo is a material that should be promoted.
Bamboo structures require a separate method of design as compared to steel and concrete. And here is how this one works.
So this is a bamboo structure where the entire structure is used from staple bamboo. The framework is made from bamboo on which the roofing is fixed. The roofing is made from bamboo shingles, which is pasted on wood polymer composite, typically called as WPC, which is also a green material. The walls are made from flattened bamboo on the exterior face, as you can see here, and the inner face is made from bamboo mat, and both are fixed on WPC sheets on the bamboo framework. So the entire column, beams, the purlins, the entire load transfer happens through bamboo. The flooring is strand woven flooring. It's also a bamboo material completely. The fixation is designed and done using bamboo pegs, because if you put nails, the bamboo will split open as the fibers are vertical. So that's what the entire structure is all about.
Be it a cold place, a hot region, or a high wind area, bamboo is suitable for all climatic conditions.
What we are trying to demonstrate here through this bamboo structure is that a good quality, structurally sound, aesthetically beautiful bamboo structure can be built where the lines, levels, a good modern looking structure is possible, which is what is suitable for the urban population. That is what they look at, a good contemporary design structure.
Countries like Indonesia, Vietnam are leading in bamboo architecture, and so could India.
There is every reason to believe why bamboo will become one of the most important building materials in a country like India. But we need concerted efforts in this direction.
Reducing costs of construction to come at par with steel and concrete buildings and developing a large base of skilled manpower will help in wider acceptance of bamboo among builders and architects and position it as an affordable housing solution.
The Venu Kutir certainly sets a precedent for housing in India in the future. I'm Gauri Mathur, and on behalf of the GRIHA Council and the UNSW Sydney, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you for the plenary session on water challenge. About 3/4 of the households in India do not have access to drinking water. With nearly 70% of the water being contaminated, India is placed at the 120th position amongst 122 countries in the Water Quality Index. With this crisis, With this crisis expected to worsen in the coming years, this session aims to seek integrated solutions to the impending water crisis and would discuss the technology, infrastructure, and investments required to provide safe and accessible water, implications of the water crisis on health, food security, and economic growth, and appropriate design of urban spaces for efficient use of water resources. On that note, I would now like to invite all our esteemed speakers and the moderator of the session to the dais. Professor Greg Leslie, Director, Global Water Institute, UNSW. Mr. Amar Tendulkar, Head Design, Mahindra Lifespace Developers Limited. Mr. Dan Alif, Councillor, Mashav Agriculture. Dr. Shamil Sarkar, Distinguished Fellow and Senior Director, TERI. Mr. Divyang Baghela, Head, Tata Water Mission, Tata Trust. And finally, Dr. Shirley, Assistant Professor, Department of Regional Water Studies, TERI School of Advanced Studies. Let's extend a warm welcome to all our speakers with another round of applause. I would request our esteemed speakers to please come together for a group photograph before we begin the session. Thank you, sirs. I now take the pleasure of introducing the moderator of this session, Professor Greg Leslie. Professor Greg is the Director of the Global Water Institute and the UNESCO Center for Membrane Science and Technology at the UNSW Sydney. Prior to joining UNSW, he worked in the public and private sector on water treatment, reuse, and desalination projects in Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Hong Kong, and the United States. His experience includes work on the NE water recycling projects for the Singapore Public Utilities Board and the groundwater replenishment system at the Orange County Water District in California. It's an honor to have you with us, sir. I would now request Professor Leslie to kindly introduce the esteemed speakers. Sure, sir.
Stand here or just do it from there?
So, however you're comfortable.
Super.
That sounds. Is it all right?
Yes, perfect. I might just do it there. Is that all right?
Sorry.
Do you mind if I just do it for you?
Sure, sir.
Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It is indeed an honour to be here today. I'm very grateful to GRIHA for the opportunity to participate in this forum. I stand before you very concerned, yet very hopeful. In Australia at the moment, I think a number of our speakers have spoken about the similarities between Australia and India in terms of water needs. Obviously the scale is very different, but we're in the middle of another drought that has come less than 5 years on the back end of what was referred to as the Millennium Drought, in which our cities invested tremendous amounts of money in recycling and desalination to secure urban water supplies, while our government implemented the final stages of a 30-year journey to reform water distribution in rural areas and the allocation of our rivers, which are vulnerable to a variable climate. And so notwithstanding that, we find ourselves again in a crisis in Australia. And there are similar stories in other parts of the world, including India. Yet I am incredibly hopeful. I have the really good fortune to work with a number of Indian organisations, have had the opportunity to work with a number of good Indian organisations. The Tata Trust is one, but Terry, the IITs at Ropar, we had the students here yesterday, and Roorkee, of course Terry, and IIT Delhi. And the appetite for change, the appetite to rethink business as usual on how we manage water in India is very strong. And it reflects trends in other parts of the world, including Israel, Europe, Australia and the United States. So there is action. Water is one of the markers, one of the sentinels of a variable climate. We know that the climate will become warmer and drier in certain parts of the world, while our rainfall events will become more intense. So we're juggling water scarcity with more increased flooding. And so we really need to rethink everything, from the way food is produced, to the way floods are managed, to the way power is generated, to the way water is used in an urban context. And it's inherently multidisciplinary. And Professor Jacobs, our Vice-Chancellor, stood before you yesterday, and I'm sure he probably thinks he has the best job at UNSW, whereas I know I have the best job at UNSW, because I get to run an institute that covers 7 faculties with nearly 300 academics and researchers that are all interested in different aspects of water. From lawyers, public health, human geographers, people from the arts and social science, the built environment, some of whom are here this week, engineering and science. And our institute is built around 3 pillars that are aligned with 3, I think, of the big challenges that our speakers are going to talk about today. It's the whole issue of water governance and security. How do we manage water to secure our future? And we define security as security for the environment, security for food production, and security for our urban centres. How do we govern it? And it's connected water, it's surface water and groundwater. The second pillar is what we refer to as healthy oceans, resilient coastlines. Our rivers are connected to the oceans, and one of our speakers today works on marine plastics. Big problem. 90% of the plastics that are entering our marine ecosystems originate in 7 rivers. So the connection between rivers and oceans is really strong. And then the effect of climate change, particularly more intense and frequent storms and storm surges in the coastal regions, the effect they have on the intrusion of groundwater, seawater into our groundwater is really important. In fact, Divyang and I were in Gujarat a few years ago, where the variations in the monsoon is meaning that seawater is getting drawn in further inland as the groundwater gets pumped down. There's things with it we've got deal with in a connected way. And then finally, how do we reach the most vulnerable? Our third pillar is water security, access and equity for all. How do we get to that last mile? How do we secure water not only in our cities, but in the areas where people don't have access to the same infrastructure? It underpins Sustainable Development Goal number 6, safe access to water and sanitation. And then protection of our water ecosystems underpins several more of the sustainability goals. So water needs to we need to get that right. But I'm very hopeful. I'm very hopeful that people are now changing business as usual. They're looking at water in a different way, and that's what I'm delighted that our speakers are going to address today. So our first speaker is going to be Dr. Kumar Shayal. Sorry, let me just get your introduction up, Dr. Saka, apologies. Syamal Kumar Saka is the Distinguished Fellow and Senior Director here at TERI, where he heads the Natural Resources and Climate Program. He has a doctorate in economics. Again, we need to value water, we need to understand the value, and economists are very important. He's had a distinguished career in the Indian government, mainly in the Ministry of Water Resources and in the Water Pollution Control Board in West Bengal. He's well published and has a wealth of experience in both academic and government circles. He's going to be talking to us today about the importance of the Sustainability Goal 6 in the Indian context. And would you join me in welcoming Dr. Saka?
Thank you, Professor Greg, for the nice introduction. And in this first session of this plenary, I will be talking about the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in the water sector, goal number 6, which many of you are aware. Goal number 6 talks about sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. Before I deal with this subject in details, I will be talking 3 aspects of sustainable development goals, especially goal number 6, the access. Then I will be talking about the quality of water, and third, the water use efficiency. So on these 3 areas I will be dealing while I will be deliberating on the SDG 6. Just to give a by way of background, we know that water is essential for life, livelihood and ecology. It is critical for food security, energy security, national security as well as economic development. In India, the estimated annual precipitation including snowfall is about 4,000 billion cubic meter, and the estimated utilizable water is only 1123 billion cubic meter. Out of this, the surface water constitutes about 690 billion cubic meter, and the remaining constitute the groundwater. Water demand is growing in full swing in Indian context as well. It is true for all over the world. And in India, irrigation is the most contributing to its demand. By 2050, it is expected to increase the demand to 1180 billion cubic meter, and it is expected to surpass the available water supply by that time if we do not change our behavior and the management process. The climate change is also will be impacting the water availability in India as well. The per capita water availability is decreasing over a period of time, and it is going to touch the water scarce situation in the near future. The groundwater is extensively used for the irrigation and the drinking purposes. The recharge of aquifers is many cases less than the extraction of water in some states. For example, in Delhi, Haryana and Punjab, the extraction is much more than the recharge of aquifer. The groundwater is yet to be considered as a common pool of resources, so extraction is arbitrary and haphazard. There is a need for complete scientific mapping of the aquifers, and there is a need to change the legal framework, the change of mindset, in addition to the involvement of the main stakeholders in water deliberation process. Given this overall scenario of water, what are the challenges of meeting the sustainable development goals? All of you are aware that by 2030, India is committed to fulfill the mandates given under the goals of sustainable development. So let's take the goal number 6.1. 6.1 says that by 2030, India needs to achieve universal and equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water for all. If the goal is given, what are the actual situation in our context? There are many citizens in our country which are without safe water as on today. The December 2019 figure says that about 81% of the rural habitation having 76% population have provision of minimum 40 liter per capita per day of potable drinking water. So we are still talking about 40 liter per capita per day. We are now talking about 55 liters, which is called the functionally household tap connection. You know, this Government of India's recent announcement that by 2024 the functionally tapped water connection should be given to all households. Now what are the situation now? There is a big gap. There is a huge gap of rural household without tap water connection. For example, in UP, 25.5 million people, they are without any connection of water, piped water connection. Bihar, it is 17.5, West Bengal 16.1 million, MP 9.5 million, etc., etc. So there are many states where the access of water, particularly the piped water connection, does not exist. So the question is that how by 2024 we can meet this target set by the Government of India. What should be the community participation in this case? What should be the contribution of the rural people or the urban people in this exercise? What should be the role of the village officers, the CBOs, the NGOs in planning, designing and implementing this program of the Government of India? What should be the role of the corporate? The role of the corporate will be a big challenge because we will be targeting the rural people in a big way. And as you know that the mindset of the water managers in implementing this project is also very important and also a critical point of this journey. Now SDG 3. SDG 6.3 is talking about the fact that by 2030 India has to improve the water quality by reducing pollution, halving the proportion of untreated wastewater and subsequently increasing the recycling and safe use of safe reuse globally. In India, about 3 lakhs rural habitation are having water with a lot of problem, contamination, water quality issue. And as you know, there is a huge disease burden due to poor water quality. In India, about 2 lakhs annual deaths occur from inadequate sanitation, water and hygiene. In urban areas, 1/3 of the water are not treated. So the untreated water which goes to the sewer are creating problem from the point of view of the water quality. Now goal number 6.4 is talking about the water use efficiency in all sectors. That by 2030 we have to improve the water use efficiency in all sectors and ensure sustainable withdrawals and supply of fresh water to address water scarcity and substantially reduce the number of people suffering from water scarcity. In India, our water use efficiency is very unsatisfactory. The irrigation sector, which consumes most of the water, about 80% water demand are created in the irrigation sector, and there the water use efficiency is only barely more than 30%, is approximately 38%. So if that is the situation, we can imagine that how much water we are not saving the water is going waste actually. In domestic sector also there is a lot of leakage, more than 50% water is leaked in the domestic sector in many cities. Similarly also in the industrial sector we have this problem. We have a national water mission which was created after this climate change as a step to combat the climate change. They have set a target to achieve 20% water use efficiency in all sectors. So, but there are no fixation of the program sectorally, and that is a big challenge before the government. Take the case of the micro irrigation, which is as a step for improving the water use efficiency. In India, the target of micro irrigation water use efficient area is 70 million hectare. We have achieved only 9 million hectare today, and our per annual rate of meeting the target of micro irrigation coverage is 0.6 million hectare. So it is very, very poor, actually is not very satisfactory. There is a need to effective implementation of micro irrigation schemes, because it is the funding is done by the central government, the state government and also the consumer. And on the implementation, there are a lot of implementation issues. There is a need to build the capacity of farmers and the other stakeholders. There is a need to give the infrastructure status to micro irrigation sector, because that will reduce the operation cost and also allow this sector to have the single window clearance. Underlying these three Sustainable Development Goal 6 which I have discussed on three aspects, India faces the generic water challenges. The first one is the governance challenge. In India, like in many other countries, water is a state subject. So constitutionally, the central machinery, the central government has little role except in managing the river regulation. The management of the water rests with the state government. So unless the state government objective and the central government objectives are in unison, it's very difficult to achieve the target of various missions in Indian context. There is a need to build the capacity of various stakeholders. There is a need to change the mindset of the water managers, because the water managers in our context, in our particularly those who are working in the governmental sector, they are adapted with the engineering aspects of the whole subject. The management issue of the water is less talk about among that community. So there is a need to have change of mindset, because all our formulations are based on the 20th century setup. We are in the 21st century. So these 21st century's water challenges has to be resolved through the steps where we need to change the mindset of the water manager as well. So thank you very much for this talk. Thank you very much.
So there'll be time at the end for questions and discussion. It's now my pleasure to introduce Mr. Dan Aluf from the Israel Embassy here in Delhi. Dan is an agricultural expert, and he's leading a very extensive Israel-India agricultural project that has 16 sites looking at the total value chain of key agricultural products all the way through. Dan has a Masters of Business Administration from the Technion in Israel, and has undergraduate qualifications in plant science, agricultural economy and engineering from the Hebrew University. And would you join me in welcoming Dan?
So, hello, my name is Dan, as you presented. I thought of talking about three topics. First of all, to introduce in short what Israel is doing. The second is to say what we are doing together, India and Israel. And the third is the way forward, is really talk about what we do. As you were presenting, I am a farmer, and it's something that is always an engine within me, because everything we do here, which is on a government-to-government level, I always think about what are the action items. How do we finish a meeting? How do we finish an engagement with India counterparts, in which we know that when we close a notebook, when we finish a presentation, we are continuing to do things that are implemented and are on a ground level counterpart. And this is because I am here leading Mashav, which is Israel's Agency for International Development Cooperation. So what we are looking into is capacity building, is knowledge transfer, and this is what we are doing actually on the ground. You were mentioning what we are doing in terms of the Indo-Israel agricultural project. I will leave this to the second part of the very short lecture I'm giving to say what we do in this IIAP. Israel. Israel is a young country, as young as India. We got independence in 1948, and our first national challenge was water scarcity. There is not enough water in Israel. More than half of Israel is desert, which means that actually zero rain all year. When you walk on the natural landscape in Israel, it looks like the moon. There is no canopy, no trees, and this is most of Israel. But saying that, a lot of agriculture was there, and Israel as a state wanted to populate all of Israel, so villages and towns were established. And the first decision taken in Israel in terms of water was that water is a state issue. It is owned by the state for the benefit of the people. And this is a very critical decision that enabled management of water I will touch later on. As part of this, one of the national projects was to take one lake in Israel that has sweet water, fresh water, and bring it to the desert. We call it Hamovil, the transporter. moving water from the north of Israel to the desert south of Israel. And this was done, and it enabled life in the desert. Secondly, water was priced. When you price water, people value water, it was mentioned, and the pricing is something that is ongoing all the time. The pricing is changing, and I will later on explain how today water is priced, because it is quite diverse. And Israel developed. Today it is one of it's a OECD state, very developed in terms of high tech and income. And with it, the level of life came higher, and agriculture is aiming to export most of its product to Europe, requiring a lot of inputs, including water. So the water from the north wasn't sufficient. And if we were relying only on this single lake in Israel, we would have half of the water we needed. So we had to generate water. And generating water came from two main areas. One is recycling urban water. So today Israel is #1 in the world in recycling urban water. About 90% of urban water is recycled. And the second is desalination of seawater and brackish water, but mostly sea. The desalination is drinking water. So today most of the water we drink in Israel comes from the sea, taking away the salts, treating it, and then moving it into the tap in the house. For agriculture, half of the water comes from the cities after it is being recycled, and the other half are still the fresh water. Now, when we are working on such a system, we also implement drip irrigation. So in the 60s, it's already 60 years ago, we invented drip irrigation in Israel, because we had to come up with a system which is not flood and even not sprinklers, because we wanted the most water use efficient system in the world. So drip was invented as a necessity, and with it, like I said, recycled water and desalination, a lot of know-how was developed. So it is really about having the product, drip, but knowing how to design it hydraulically, how to implement it in the right way, and knowing when and how much to irrigate. So all of this came together in Israel to a very mature level that manufacturing is happening and the knowledge transfer is happening. And this is Israel in a nutshell in this regard. So drip irrigation was there. One of the points regarding water, and this is the last point regarding the first part of my lecture, that water is managed by one authority, water authority. It is not, politicians cannot tell the water authority what to do. It is an independent professional body that is managing water both currently and strategically on the way forward, and it enabled a lot of policy-making decisions to take place in a very hands-on manner. So taking the water from all the cities, putting STPs, sewage treatment plants, in the right place, meaning close to the city, but also close to the fields. This was done, and it was done just recently, 15, 20 years ago. And it was done very rapidly because we too got to a place where we didn't have water. And everything was at risk, actually. So there are many similarities, India, Australia, Israel, in this regard. So this is that, and now what do we do together, India and Israel? So we are definitely focusing on water in agriculture. India is the largest market for drip irrigation in the world. A lot of things are yet to be done, but a lot of things are being done. Desalination is happening mostly in Gujarat on the west coast and in Tamil Nadu on the east coast. And I am here leading a flagship project called the Indo-Israel Agricultural Project. It is located in 16 states with today 28 fully active centers of excellence, which are looking on agriculture in a very comprehensive way that takes mango, for example, so doing nursery management to cultivation, but water management, fertigation, canopy management is all inside of that. I just came back last night from one of our centers in Haryana, talking about precision agriculture, because every center out of these 28 are being monitored by satellites, so we can get online data of evapotranspiration, improving the precision of our irrigation. So this is happening, and this is one of the hands-on activities that we are having. A lot of knowledge transfer is being done. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had the largest exhibition for water in Israel, and Jal Shakti minister came to Israel with his delegation and actually exposed himself to the solutions. And now many things are rolling, also before, but definitely also now. And this is the way forward. So in terms of the way forward, I will start with Jal Shakti. A dialogue is happening, so talking about what we can do together, but saying that we really want to implement. So we are looking into identifying areas that are challenged by water in extreme way here in India, and joining hands and working together. It's always demand driven. The Indian partner will always lead the way and guide us what is the scope and scale we want to do together. But within this, how do we make things different? How do we manage water differently? And how do we implement in a way that really changes the lives of the people that are concerned? One of the projects that we're talking about is in Uttar Pradesh, in an area called Bundelkhand. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. It is not far, it is close to Jhansi. And there is a very big crisis of water. I imagine most of you know. And we are talking about generating water. So harvesting rainwater, perhaps taking sewage water and treating it and using it, but it is still to be discussed, and using the water that is existing in a more efficient way. So moving the water into the village area, implementing good infrastructure, drip irrigation, and moving even to the agriculture production part with a marketing. So it will all work in a very comprehensive and holistic and sustainable approach. And when we talk about agriculture, our project moves into areas of excellence. So from center to move to area. So every center will take about 75 villages around it, and these villages will become Indo-Israel agricultural level, hopefully uplifting the lives of these farmers in a big way. We are already doing it. Just last year in 2018 alone, we trained 1.4 lakh farmers. So things are happening, but we are looking to do it more. And this is a way forward. So we are really working with India, both on the federal level and state level. So Q&A, I imagine we will take forward the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. It's now my pleasure to introduce Mr. Divyang Waghela. Divyang is the head of the Tata Trust Water Mission. One of the initiatives that he looks after is the WASH initiative that's rolling out improved water and sanitation solutions to 5,000 villages across 12 states in India. Divyang previously worked in a number of roles. He was with the Asian Development Bank, and has also worked on boards of various water and sanitation organisations. He'll be talking today about two aspects. The first is the need for behavioural change, and the second is about adapting technology for culturally appropriate applications. Would you join me in welcoming Divyang?
Thanks, Greg. It's a really pleasure to be part of this August gathering. I think the first speaker has already spoken about the data part, and I would like to just focus on two core areas, which is more on a last mile connectivity, more on how we actually provide water to the underserved communities or underserved regions. And in that context, I think maybe if we look at a bit in terms of the water as a value chain, the demand and supply are the two core areas. But if we still actually bifurcate some more areas, you look at the source, storage, distribution, consumption, and discharge. These are the five broader areas which I think we need to look at in terms of if we really want to find a sustainable solutions. The the trust which actually has been, as Professor Greg mentioned, about around 5,000 villages in 12 states. The idea is actually how we can create innovative models and look at a more successful innovations which can be then replicated on a large scale. So the idea is actually not to work only on in a silos, but create a model and try and see that how it can be mainstream with the government or other like-minded institutions who are in this space. As we know that, and there are two areas which I would focus more in terms of water quality, and second is about the water conservation. If you see the water conservation aspect, if we look at the storage infrastructure, so there are some striking, I think, facts there. If we look at the per capita storage capacity in India, which is around 190 cubic meter, whereas if you look at the Australia, Greg actually comes from there, and it's actually having a 3,245 cubic meter storage capacity per capita. I think if you see the huge gap in terms of the per capita storage capacity. Interestingly, in India, I think we are actually in a position to only 8% annual rainfall which is being captured for a storage. And only 5 states in India contributes around 60% of the total reservoirs. So I think the disparity in terms of the potential of water conservation, and I think the actual ground level storage happening is huge, and how we can address those things. And hence I think we worked on in India in terms of looking at the more diverse geographies. We can't have a single solution in India because you look at the semi-arid region, you look at the floodplain areas, you look at the hilly regions. We need to look at a more context-specific solutions rather than get a one single solution fit to all problems. So what we try to do that in that context. So we see that how we work at more on a decentralized models of a localized solution. When the first speaker spoke about the managers of water, I think what we believe, and I think we have been promoting, that the users of waters are the best managers of water. Unless and until we actually have a local communities who are actually involved into the planning, design and execution, the system will not be sustainable. So I think how we look at more in terms of the community engagement, use of traditional knowledge and understanding, and I think bring some kind of a scientific understanding and match that two things to find a solutions rather than start in giving prescription. I think that's the very important learnings for us to over a period of time. Second, I think aspects what we focus is on about every village should actually become a self-reliant about their water needs. And when I say water needs, water could be for drinking purpose, for agriculture purpose, or any other domestic use purpose. So I think the understanding of communities about what is their water availability, both on a groundwater and surface water, what is the potential to enhance those capabilities, and at the same time what is the demand, and how they can actually match that water availability and demand part. And they have to actually ensure that they should plan their water use and make a water positive footprint. If we actually ensure that this knowledge passed on to the communities, they would be better equipped to solve their own problems. And one of my mentors always say that when we find a solution to a problem, our question gets changed. So it's not something which we found that, okay, we got a problem answers for this problem, but I think down the line 2 years or 3 years or 5 years, our new questions will come. So rather than finding the static solutions, how we can actually creating the capabilities to ensure that how they can ensure the resilience of the community so that they can find their own answer rather than rely on the external sources. Second point, which is most important, which we actually focus on the Himalayan region, specifically looking at the spring shade management program. So we work in Uttarakhand, Nagaland, Mizoram, Arunachal. We try to focus that how, because 90% of sources in this Himalayan region and hilly regions are dependent on the springs, and it has been drying up very, very fast. We're trying to look at how we actually understand the geohydrology, scientific approach, looking at the data, and then provide all those information to the local community so that they can decide their solutions in a longer term. And that's, I think, important about the both conservation and usage part. The second component which I was asked to share about learnings about the water quality aspect. I think we know that there are data on arsenic, fluoride, nitrates, salinity in India, but if you don't find any data on the microbiological contamination, because it's more dynamic in process, and that's, I think, one of the most core reason for actually diarrheal disease burden in India. So we try to look at how we can actually address the chemical contamination issues as well as the microbial contaminant issues, and it should be more on a, again, going from the community level to the household level. So one thing is about changing the behavior of people, that they need to understand that their water before they drink needs to be safe. So we can't rely on the, because our efficiency level has not been great, so that we can't rely on the people who are doing the purification will be of the required standards or not. So we actually partner with the organization University of New South Wales, Tel Aviv University, IITs, MIT, trying to see that key global technologies need to be adapted to Indian conditions. So it's important that someone has to take that risk in investing into research. Being a philanthropic institution, we try to see that how we can invest into the research so that we bring the innovative technology and actually make it contextual to Indian conditions. Otherwise, I think the very good technology may be good for the maybe Western countries or Europe, but may not be applicable to Indian context because of the local conditionalities of the availability of energy, the supply chain mechanism. So trying to see that how this contextualize is important. And again, the first is the local solutions should be made at the local level so that the supply chain availability can be ensured very effectively. The second part, and I think we have done some work on the arsenic, fluoride, and now also we are starting some work on the microbiological contamination and creating some kind of a social entrepreneurship model that it should not again dependent on the external source, and then the local people can provide the solutions as and when they require. So I think what we learn over a period of time in terms of important that we need to find a community as a core process holder for any kind of a solution. And in these 12 states, we developed some island of success, and in few states we could actually really put these solutions with the government. So government adopted those solutions and then scaled it up. We also work with the Ministry of Jal Jeevan Mission, try to see that how we can actually see that these diverse solutions could be infused into the ecosystem, and at the same time creating a platform where I think the academics, research professionals, civil society organization and government come together. I think someone has to provide that kind of space where everyone can come together and work towards a common direction. So that has been our experience in the work, and I think this is a good platform where I think we feel that the more and more innovations would be required, and I think the institutions and academic research have to be part of the mainstream program looking at the problem statement. And when Professor Leslie first came in India, I think in 2016, actually we took them, you need to identify the problem on the ground. So he spent almost 10 days in the ground talking to communities, understanding the issues, and then say, okay, now how we can put this context into the research perspective and come out with the very innovative solutions. So that's the approach we feel is more sustainable, and I would like to thank Professor Greg and the GRIHA for providing this opportunity to share our learnings. Thank you very much.
And finally, we have Dr. Cheryl Ma, who's an assistant professor in regional water studies here at Terry School of Advanced Studies. Cheryl has a master's degree in hydraulics and water resource engineering from IIT Madras and a bachelor's degree in agricultural engineering from Kerala Agricultural University. Cheryl completed her PhD through the IIT Mumbai Monash University, which is another university in Australia, joint PhD program. And so she's a hydrologist who specialises in floods, which is the other side of the water problem to water scarcity, that we get more rain in shorter periods of time than we have been in the past. And so Cheryl's going to present two case studies today for us, one on Delhi and one on Mumbai. And would you join me in welcoming Cheryl?
Is there any point? Yeah, sure. Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. And thank you, Leslie, for a nice introduction. Here, I'll be giving a glimpse of water stress of two cities in India. As far as India is concerned, both Mumbai and Delhi are very important, because Delhi being the capital city of India and Mumbai being the commercial capital of India. Yes. So, I'm not going for a very detailed kind of discussion. I'll just brief it within 10 minutes. Here, I'll be talking about climatic and demographic features between Mumbai and Delhi and how the contradiction works. Then urban water demand versus supply, few facts and figures, status of sewage treatment of both the cities, and conclusions. So, at a global scale, with respect to the population, Delhi and Mumbai rank 2nd and 5th amongst the most populated urban agglomerations as in 2014. And there are a lot of research studies on various meteorological parameters, and with respect to temperature, wherein we can say if the temperature of a particular day is more than 35 degrees Celsius, we can conclude it as a hot day. So, this particular study, which was done by Padmanabhan et al. In 2019, which was published in one newspaper in which is Live Mint, I found it very interesting in terms of the number of days which is increasing. During 1959 to 68, there were 1350 hot days, whereas by the time it's shifted to 2009 to 18, we can see 1465 hotter days. Similarly, for Mumbai, it is 113 and 313. So, what it indicates with respect to water stress, we can say that water demand it can actually lead to increase in water demand and reduction in water supply. And here, coming to the average annual rainfall of India, we know the location of Delhi, wherein the average annual rainfall is around 700 millimeter, whereas in Mumbai, which is a coastal megacity, and we receive, the city receives on an average around 2400 millimeter of rainfall. So, essentially, we can categorize Delhi to be semi-arid, whereas Mumbai is humid region. And there are other attributes with respect to water supply and demand for both the cities. Geographical area, if you see, Delhi has more than 3 times of Mumbai. With respect to administrative boundary, I will say Delhi as National Capital Territory, whereas for Mumbai, I am just referring to MCGM, which is Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai. And the anomaly which we can see here is the population density, 11.3, which is 11,300 on an average, is the population density of Delhi, whereas for Mumbai it is 28,300 persons per square kilometer. So essentially Mumbai is the second most densely populated city in the world after Manila, and slum population were in the least privileged section of categories of the society is there. 49% of Delhi's population is lives in slum or in some other unauthorized colonies, whereas 42% of population in Mumbai lives in slums. Coming to the water scenario in Delhi, I'll just go through the text on the left hand side. Similar to what Dr. Shyamal Sarkar discussed, average level of exploitation of groundwater in Delhi is 137%, which says that with respect to the recharge which is happening for the groundwater, 137% extra of draft is happening. And the projected demand by 2021 is around 1174 mega gallons per day, and water availability in the premise of households. With respect to two different categories of the society, we can say planned colonies, it is 78%, whereas for slums, it is just 51%. And this is one news which I found it very interesting for on the right hand side, that is capital's water woes, which came in the newspaper on March 25, 2018, which is a summer period, I should say, and they have mentioned the availability, overall capacity of Delhi's water treatment plant as 906, and they have clearly mentioned 70 mega gallons per day is a shortfall in water supply. And they have talked about different water treatment plants, which I am not going into the detail, but here one interesting aspect which I found is the relative proportion of water allocation to Delhi through different means. One is Yamuna River, which is contributing around 41%, Ganga 26.3%, Bakra storage 23.9%, and groundwater and tube wells, which is 8.8%. So, if we look at the administrative boundary wise, Delhi is totally dependent on its water source from neighboring states that can lead to water conflict if the upstream of these catchments lead to further urbanization, which will require more water supply for those areas. And here, when we talk about water supply, sewage treatment is also an important aspect. So here, if we say, if we see here, this particular article came in 2014, and it is about the new project which is coming up in Delhi, and we can see the map wherein the blue area, which is the sewerage area, and red is sewerless area, and green is definitely green area. That is how it has been shown. So you can see the extent of sewerless area in Delhi, which calls for the pollution which it causes to the nearby water body, and mostly it is Yamuna River. Yeah, and it is very clear that 50% of Delhi is unsewered. And here I am not going to explain much, but I just wanted to tell you that at the center I have just shown, this is a dashboard for Delhi with regard to Composite Water Management Index published by Niti Aayog in 2019, and we can see that with respect to data availability for the different indicators, the capital city doesn't have data for the financial year 15-16 and 16-17. So until and unless you can quantify, how are you going to manage the problems? And now I am coming to the Mumbai city aspects, and you know Mumbai is humid region, it receives heavy rainfall, and it is a severely flood prone city. On an average, annually it faces floods, and annual rain, on a day if 100 millimeter of rainfall occurs and with a high tide, it is a recipe for disaster in Mumbai. And on the left hand side I have shown the 7 lakes which supply water to Mumbai city. And interestingly, we can see out of that 6 lakes, here 5 lakes, just a minute, 4 lakes. Yeah, these are managed by Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai, which are outside the purview. Administrative boundary wise, it is outside. Still managed by MCGM, and only one reservoir, Bhatsa, is managed by Water Source Department. And another interesting aspect which I found is, if you look at within MCGM area, which is deep blue, Tulsi and Vihar, those are the 2 lakes which can be called as sources of water supply within the city limits. And if you look at the circle which is on the right hand side, this is a news which was published in 2019, we can see that Tulsi and Vihar, it is contributing only 1 to 2% of city's water supply. And one advantage for Mumbai compared to Delhi is that all these lakes of Mumbai which contribute to Mumbai's water supply are within Maharashtra, which is a state of which is the state wherein Mumbai is located. So in a way it might lead to less conflict compared to Delhi situation. And here we can see the on left hand side I have just shown the water basins like hydrologically the basins, river basins which are contributing to water to the city, and there are multiple basins which are nearby contributing to the city. And this clearly shows that the need for Mumbai to preserve these river basins in order to have continuous water supply. And on right hand side, it's a very interesting calculation which Times of India on July 3rd this year they have come up with. What they have done is just they took 2 days of Mumbai rainfall during southwest monsoon, that is July 1 and 2, and they have calculated the water which can be harvested, and they have compared it with football field, because we all are interested in football and cricket. So football field, and finally what conclusion they have come up with is around 7,922 football field sized swimming pools which are with 4 meter depth deep water can be created just with 2 days of rainfall in Mumbai. That means around 10% of Mumbai's area. So if rainwater harvesting is implemented properly in Mumbai, in a way Mumbai can contribute a great percentage of its own water demand. And here is the sewage treatment status for Mumbai. We can see on the left hand side the water sewage treatment plants, and it looks optimistic. Whereas on the right hand side, in the legend we can see STP capacity, treated and untreated, and the purple color which is untreated. It means that there is a long way to go for these cities in terms of sewage treatment, because finally in case of Mumbai, when all this untreated sewage is going into the rivers, so these rivers are completely polluted, and the main river which is there in Mumbai, Mithi river, it is considered as a drain by Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai, whereas the apex body which is MMRDA, Mumbai Metropolitan Road Development Authority, considers it as river. So that is the kind of contradiction which is there in the administrative setup that leads to these water bodies continuing in polluted state itself. So finally, let me go to the conclusions. As we all know, without sustainable water management, even high rainfall regions may also face water stress like Mumbai. And water supply and sewage treatment are two sides of the same coin. Until and unless you solve sewage treatment, you will not be able to have sustainable water supply as well. Approach to sustainable water management should be site specific, just like the previous speakers who were on the same page on that. Then with respect to Mumbai, Mumbai maintains its water sources within its own state Maharashtra, while the source for Delhi is from its neighboring states, leading to water conflicts. And last but not the least, proper water management in cities can mitigate both floods and droughts. Thank you.
Okay, and sorry, finally we will hear from Mr. Amar Tendulkar, who's the head of design of Mahindra Lifespace Developers. And Amar has a lot of experience in both design and sustainability. He's overseen the design, identification and implementation across Mahindra's Lifespace developments, which encompasses residential projects, integrated business systems and industrial clusters. He has more than 24 years experience in architecture and real estate development. So would you join me in welcoming Amar?
Hi, good morning everyone. Amazing presentations by everyone. I am the last and I am fortunate to listen to all of you. So what I thought is, I also have got a lot of data and research which has been, published by various institutes, and but I thought that, after listening to all of you, if I can be more spontaneous and probably I can add some thoughts, which have come to my mind after listening to all of you. So some data points I'll just put which I feel important. I'll talk about what is the real estate developer's role, particularly in terms of the water conservation, how we can contribute towards saving the water. Because the real estate development, the housing, it's like blood in the body. So we have got 90% of the blood in the body and this 10% is the bone. So what we are going to contribute in terms of the water conservation, it's for the 90% of the water development that we do. So I just want to start with a very light note. पानी क्या है? कहते हैं हमारे दादाजी ने तो उसे नदी में देखा था. Our grandparents have seen it into the rivers. पिताजी ने कुएं में देखा था, तो fathers have seen it in the wells. हमने जिसे नल में देखा था, we have seen it in the taps. और हमारे बच्चों ने, और probably हमारे generation bottles में देख रही, we are seeing it in the bottles. So where the next generation will see? Do we want to see them in the capsules? So this is a kind of a thing that where we are heading to today in terms of the scenario of the water. So just I am telling you, I mean, after I heard from Israel and from Australia and then India, Delhi and Mumbai cities, I just want to draw attention to the point that how we are different, in the Indian context or the urban Indian scenario than the world. Quick points in terms of the population metrics. New York has got about 2,050 persons staying per square kilometer. Tokyo, which they say it's the most populous city, 4,750 human beings, people staying per square kilometer. London has about 5,100. Paris, it's a bit little on the higher side. It's about 20,000. Macau is again on 20,000. Where Mumbai stands, Beijing is again at 11,500. And now wherever Mumbai and cities like Mumbai and Kolkata are. Mumbai, this data is about 4 years old. So Mumbai at that point, it was about 30,000 people per square kilometer. So, so see the comparison, and Kolkata is about 24,000 persons per square kilometer. Delhi, because of its NCR reasons and, the green circle around, it's still little lower at about 12,000 people per square kilometer. But if you'll see the heart of the Delhi or more populous areas of the Delhi, Gurgaon, Noida, it goes about 16,000 people per square kilometers. So what it all shows, I mean, we have got our unique problems in terms of catering the population. Some of the data shows that the freshwater withdrawals are expected to rise by 2025 by about 50% in the developing countries and by 18% in the developed countries. So 50% in the developing countries and 18% in the developed. So where this 50% is going to come from? That's the question that we need to ask. And I'll just show something. The volume of water used by the industries, manufacturing industries, is estimated to rise significantly from 750 kilometer cubes per year, kilometer cubes, imagine, from 1995 to about 1200 kilometers cube by, so it's about almost about 25%, which is the UNESCO water assessment. So this all water, so in the developing countries, the withdrawal of water is going to be more than the developed countries. So as the developing countries, the stress on us, or the onus on us in terms of using this water more carefully is much more. So what it results into, it will result into the declining in the potable water. Okay, it will, ultimately, as you rightly said, the most reliable resource of the water is the groundwater. So it's a, lowering down the groundwater level, and the deterioration in the quality, it will generate into the groundwater contamination. Once the contamination starts happening, it will generate into the, the epidemics and the waterborne diseases like hepatitis, typhoid, diarrheas and all. So we need to be more careful. Our next generation is to be more careful about that. So these are the things I think as a developing country we need to be mindful of in doing few things. Now in the developing countries, yesterday I heard our Minister Gadkari also, and the efforts which have taken in the Yamuna and Ganga Namami Gange, which is our central government's one of the most important projects in terms of determining how the water can be purified water can be used across the urban areas in India. There are some water, I can say this is more spontaneous, there is some water, it's like the river linking and drawing the canals from the major rivers to the deserted areas of India. Those have started getting into the, into the geographical parts of various parts of the India. Some of those are like the Jawar Canal, which is from the river, the canal which is drawn from Narmada to Sabarmati. And there is another effort which is going, to draw the water from the north side, from the Ganges towards and getting towards the western part towards Jaisalmer. So there are some studies which have started showing, yes, instantaneously these are the things which are providing the water. Ahmedabad, I remember in 90s when I was studying in the Ahmedabad, we did not have the water even after the, we used to go and run towards the Sabarmati river, ki arre pani aaya, pani dekhne ke liye chalte. And now there is a 24 hours water. But now after 15 years, 20 years, some of the studies in the UNESCO have started showing Ahmedabad has got a lot of heritage areas. Okay, and in those yesteryears, the foundations were built with the yellow stones or the sandstones. And now they have found those foundations are the water soluble foundations. Now the uprise in this groundwater level has started kind of dissolving those foundations. And the similar problem they have started, this problem was first kind of found out in Jaisalmer. So the similar problem was seen even in the Jaisalmer. So my point is, what we are saying is, when we are doing all these efforts, that we have to be mindful about the efforts, in which directions we are going to do the efforts. We have to be going along with the nature. We can't be forcing something onto the nature. If we have to take this way, in terms of the otherwise we have seen in the past years that the waters have changed its direction, sources have changed its directions, and we have got the histories like Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, and many believe that those have kind of all washed off because of the Saraswati's water channel which is changed about few thousand, 5,000 years back. And Dwarka, again, in our Vedic times, it has gone below the water. So some of them, they believe this is the change in the water sources direction. Some of them, they believe it is because of the climatic change. But yes, there are examples which show when we enforce something on the nature, how it reacts. We have got the recent examples of tsunami also, which have happened. And these are all the examples of the climatic change or the global warming. Having said that, now I want to say, as the mindful developer, that what we are doing in terms of the scenarios, we have got the cities, mega cities which are coming up. We have got in Chennai, Mahindra World City. We have got in Jaipur, our Mahindra World City. One is 3,000 acres, other is 1,500 acres. Now all these developments cannot happen without having the cohesive kind of an approach. So cohesive in terms of the community, cohesive in terms of putting the resources in the right direction, cohesive in terms of treating the water mindfully and carefully. So we have got Kulawai Lake, which is in Chennai. The lake was almost kind of a no water kind of a situation, dry kind of a situation. So Mahindra has taken efforts, and I can say that we have rejuvenated that lake in the while we are bringing that entire 3,000 acres of the development. We are still little away from making that water use for the potable purposes, but I can tell you very definitely that it has changed the microclimate of that area, and the region which had kind of a very kind of, I can say that very deterrent in terms of the growth of the trees, in terms of the arid climate. Now that climatic conditions have become more livable, we can grow more amount of the trees. The area has become more green in that region. And in the recent past, when the entire Chennai was flooded, you know, Mahindra World City, 3,000 acres of the Mahindra World City and the surrounding villages, those they come along with this development, were not as much flooded, or still were kind of dry as compared and livable in those. So these are the kind of efforts when we take in terms of working with the environment, at how we can protect the environment. Similarly in Jaipur, we have got a water stream over there, so we are putting up a weir. We are saying that how we can reuse that water which is just going flooded and get vanished into the away from the city without any use to the people or the residents, those they are there. Of course, I mean, in our residential projects and in our other township projects, our efforts are to almost about 90-95% of the water recycling, which we use for the, you know, the STP water which we use for the flushing purposes, for the irrigation, the landscape irrigation purposes, and mainly not all other uses, but which are not potable use. So this is what I can say as the responsible developers. Just a short note. What I said, it's what we can do. There is a saying that, you know, the human being thousands of the human beings have lived without love, but there is not an example of the single who has lived without water. Thank you.
Well, could you join me in thanking all our speakers? That was wonderful. And we have time for a few questions. So if you'd like to find a microphone. Yes, sir.
Firstly, am I audible? Yeah. Firstly, I must thank all of you. This is a very important topic. Water is a very important topic. And Mr. Tendulkar, in fact, took my question off me as it is, because when I was listening to Shirley's lecture, this river linking project, and I would like to ask the water experts in this, the river linking project is considered to be a social and an environmental disaster. That's what most of the environmental groups put it up as, because when you, as he very rightly said, when you interfere with the ecosystem, you lead to a lot of problems. And as he has mentioned a couple of examples also, I have done a little bit of reading. There have been, the Institute of Rural Management, Anand, had also conducted a seminar on this. There is a book on this entire speech, and a lot of people have spoken against river water linking. There are a lot of environmental, social, and the cost is about approximately, I was reading up on it just now, it's about 560,000 crores. So what do the experts on water, since we have so many of them, and Mr. Sarkar has been with the government earlier, this proposal was mooted by Dr. Kalam, if I'm not very mistaken, a long time back. So I would like to know your take on it, because I have, the amount of reading that I have done on it, I think it's going to be an ecological disaster. It's something like, you know, so I would like to know the experts' view on this, and what are we doing about it if we feel that it's not a very ambitious, it's a very ambitious project without any results. Thank you.
Excellent. Dr. Kumar or Cheryl, would you like to?
I think this is a subject which can be disputed at any length of time, because there are authorities who can speak on both sides. River linking projects is an initiative of the central government for many years. Since the 1980s it has been going on, but in effect, in reality, the Ken-Betwa is the latest initiative which is off and on being talked about in the media. You see, the river water, approximately 40% of the river water goes to the sea, approximately. Now, because the river water flows and it goes to the sea, so the proponents of this interlinking river, they are of the view that this excess water, you should tackle it, you should bring it to your use, Yeah.
Fundamental problem with that, sir. Water you are treating as a resource. Water you are treating as a resource. It's actually an ecological system. Please understand that. That is the fundamental problem. We can argue about it, but the water you are treating as a waste. That's precisely the problem with this. You are treating it, whereas the water is the river is an absolute living ecosystem. That's the fundamental issue. That's what I feel is the.
Yes, in fact, there are experts who disputes this fact that this is not excess water. They feel that this water which is flowing to the sea there is use of those water by the ecosystem, So there is also a dispute. You see, at any length of point you argue on this subject, you will find another argument. Anyway, I am not going into that. What I am trying to say is that this is an issue which the central government has taken initiative for a long time, and this Ken-Betwa is not the only one which is at hand. There are many others like Daman Ganga, Panjal, there are so many. But Ken-Betwa is the one which is at very, very mature stage. After a lot of effort, so many clearances have been taken, but actual working is yet to take place on this subject.
Also, we have a typical political problem which she mentioned. We have a political problem in this case. Even in Delhi, we have faced this problem because Haryana starts blocking the water the moment there is a dispute. So, what do you have with so many states? You have the case of Tamil Nadu and Kerala having a fight about water. So, when you have an interlinking across political boundaries, you are bound to face problems. That's why I would say that. I think that was my
excellent points. I think what we might do is
because this MP and the UP is the concerned states in this Ken-Betwa, and in fact there is a lot of issues which are pending with the states. Still they are not agreeing to come to a single point of their deliberation. So you are absolutely correct that whenever there is a linking of river or any river sharing across a state, there are issues. In fact, even within the same state, the river, the water sharing is also an issue because there are sectors. There your agriculture sector is there, industrial sector is there, your domestic sector is there. You will find a different. People are talking differently, maintaining their demand. That is because we have a shortage of water actually.
Yeah.
We are facing the water problem in reality, and the demands are growing up because of many reasons, and unless we take some steps, water management side, demand side, it will be very difficult for us to manage water problem. But this is an issue.
Yep.
Interlinking of river is an issue which has been going on for many years. It is not today, but many years, and it will keep on continuing unless we take some resolving steps for that.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. In the interest of time, we'll just take one more question.
Yeah, my question is to Mr. Dan Alu. It's heartening to know about the Indo-Israel cooperation on the agricultural sector. Are there any initiatives or projects that are planned on addressing the non-revenue water in the drinking water sector? Because that seems to be one of the burning issues in India, especially in the mega cities and most of the areas where water is considered as a very precious commodity.
Of course. So I would say NRW and non-revenue water, we are looking into cooperating or demonstrating in large-scale solution. We got a request both from Varanasi and Lucknow in UP. It is being discussed. It is not taken forward at this stage. But I think, again, it's always about water. It doesn't start and end in any place. It is a circle, and we must approach water challenge as such, meaning urban water, rural water, industry, agriculture, and drinking water should all work together, and Jal Shakti is a very important step towards this approach. So we are working. As I told you, it's a short answer to your question. We are working towards this. Companies from the Israeli private sector are active in India to implement solutions such as metering even. When you meter, you measure. When you measure, you can manage. So this is being done. And it's always about the local leadership, taking forward these solutions that are in the toolbox and just making them into an applicable one.
On that note, I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for such an engaging session. Considering that we're running slightly late, I would first like to announce the thematic tracks that are going on parallelly. We have several thematic tracks that are parallelly happening in the different halls. We have in Silver Oak Hall, we have thematic track 7, social aspects of sustainability. In Jacaranda Hall, we have thematic track 8, sustainability for schools, dreams or reality. In Amritas Hall, we have thematic track 9, sustainability in the clothing industry. I would like Professor Greg to kindly present a memento to our esteemed speakers. We can Dr. Shamal Kumar Sarkar. Dr. Shirley. Mr. Dan Aleph. Mr. Divyang Waghela. And finally, Mr. Amar Tendulkar. Thank you, Professor. May I now request Ms. Shabnam Bassi, Secretary, GRIHA Council, to please present a small token of appreciation to our esteemed moderator, Professor Greg Leslie. Thank you, ma'am. Additionally, I would like to bring to your attention the coffee table on the dais, which has a unique surface made from new panel products currently being developed in the UNSW microfactories. The panels are based on technology developed at the Smart Center UNSW to upcycle problematic waste, glass and textile. With this, we would like to close the session. Tea and coffee is being served in the hub area. Thank you so much, everyone. I would request everyone to please proceed to the thematic tracks that have already started. in the various venues. You may connect with us through social media by following us on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter page. Please use hashtag GRIHA for all and hashtag 11GS while tweeting. Thank you. वो बोल रही है हमने बोला था ना Ladies and gentlemen, request you to please be seated as we are about to begin the session. Before we dive deep into the session, let's familiarize ourselves of safety instructions in the Stein Auditorium. TERI is a Quality, Health, Safety and Environment QHSE certified organization. In case of any untoward incident like fire, evacuation is required. You are required to exit from this auditorium through the fire exit gate nearest to you without any panic. There are 7 exit gates from this auditorium, 4 on the ground floor, 1 on the right, another on the left, and 2 main entrances. There is 1 exit on the stage and 2 exits on the balcony. In the case of a fire, fire marshals will take position in the aisle and exit gates to help you to evacuate. Thank you. Very good afternoon to one and all. I'm Sita Malakshmi. On behalf of GRIHA Council and UNSW Sydney, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you for the plenary session for the Waste Challenge. With 62 million tons of waste generation in India, less than 60% collected and 15% processed every year, India is ranking 3rd in terms of greenhouse gas emissions from landfills, posing a great threat to the environment. A paradigm shift in the end of the line waste management to reuse and recycle waste at source offers a plausible solution. The CPCB National Action Plan for MSW 2015 has proposed material recovery facilities from household waste. Several entrepreneurial ventures have sprung up with the intent of upcycling waste. Large-scale policy-level measures and consumer sensitization could be the answer to This session aims to facilitate dialogue around waste upcycling strategies for value addition and minimizing waste disposal into landfills. The panel will discuss the challenges, solutions, and efforts taken towards solid waste management at the source. On that note, I welcome all the esteemed speakers, and I would now like to invite our moderator of the session, Sensia Professor Veena Sahajwala, Director, Sustainable Materials Research and Technology, SMART, UNSW. Ma'am, please to come onto the dais. There's a photograph. I now request all the panelists to come forward for a photograph, please. Oh, okay. I now take the pleasure of introducing the esteemed moderator of the session, distinguished Sensia Professor Veena Sahajwala, Founding Director, SMART, UNSW Sydney. Australian Research Council Laureate Professor Veena Sahajwala is an internationally recognized materials scientist, engineer, and inventor revolutionizing recycling science. She is renowned for pioneering the high-temperature transformation of waste and the production of a new generation of green materials. She is also known for her internationally commercialized EAF green steelmaking process that is utilizing millions of waste tires otherwise destined for landfill. It's an honor to have you with us, ma'am. I now request Professor Veena Sahajwala to introduce our esteemed speakers and take the session forward. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sita, for that kind introduction. I just wanted to take only a couple of minutes to, I guess, tell you a little bit about what we're doing at UNSW. And I think to me, the colleagues that we have at UNSW, and in fact some of the amazing people we've met here through these last couple of days, actually is so inspiring. We've got people at UNSW, whether they're staff or students, are really excited about what we could be potentially doing with waste as a resource. And I think you'll often hear of terms like waste to wealth and creating resources out of waste materials. So for us, really, it's been very much about the journey of microfactories over the last many years that has now culminated actually in UNSW having its own microfactories. And I'd certainly like to invite all of you to, if you are ever in Sydney, to come in and have a look. I know that when Sanjay and Shabnam were visiting, that they were also having a look at this. And in fact, I think it was during one of those visits that we had a chat about what if we could have one of these tables at the conference, and that's where the journey started. So in fact, one of these tables that you see here on the podium is a table that's been produced in our own microfactories. It contains waste glass and textiles, and it just basically is one small example of how you can in fact take what might be considered as difficult to recycle, non-recyclable materials and convert them into value-added products. So I think it's about really challenging the norm and the notion that some things are just deemed non-recyclable. We have to be able to ask ourselves the question, why are we sort of putting things into these hard categories? Here are some things that are recyclable and the others are not. And so if something is not recyclable, we give up on it. And I think to me, it's too easy to stop and give up on materials. But yet we've got to recognize that we as a society use more and more complicated products, right? You look at even something as basic as plastics, and that's going to be a bit of conversation on that in a few moments. Even plastics, there are so many different types of plastics. So again, we just can't assume that it's either recyclable or not. And plastics and more complex materials have evolved, and products have evolved. We see now plastics in our phones, in our cars. So if all of this is actually part of our lives, and we are using more and more complex materials. I'm sure you've seen many times with the resin code on plastics, and you actually see some of the ones where the numbers go from 1 to 7. And people are all familiar with the standard ones, like the one is our PET water bottles. We know PET water bottles are easily recyclable because we have the science, we have the technology to make it happen. But what about the other extreme? The extreme, which is resin code 7. And of course, let me just tell you that when people put all of these different types of materials of different plastics into the category 7, it simply just means that we don't know yet how to recycle it, because sometimes it could just be those rather challenging and difficult polymers that were actually designed for a purpose. So it's not as if they're bad materials, and I think this is where we need to be able to understand that materials have been designed, with a purpose in mind. So you look at something like glass and you go, right, glass should be recyclable. But the realities are that there are so many different types of glass. The safety glass that's there in your car windscreen is not the same in terms of product as what you would put in your domestic glass stream. So the fact that the safety glass is designed for a purpose, and the purpose is to keep us safe in case of an accident. So you've got all of these different materials and products that serve a certain purpose, a certain function. At the end of the day, it's about functionality, which of course includes, keeping all of us safe. And so the fact that you hear about safety glass, tempered glass, I just want to give you that as an example that even something as basic as glass, that we might look at it and go, right, okay, all glass is recyclable, but all glass may not be recyclable in the exact same way. So just like the products have evolved over time, our recycling and reforming solutions have to also become a lot more sophisticated in the way we look at our products. Therefore, recycling strategies cannot just depend upon what we used to do many, many years ago. We now have to say, right, what is it that we need to achieve in terms of getting the best value out of our waste materials and our waste products? So this is when we start to think about waste as a resource. And if it is going to be a resource, it can only be a useful resource if it is put into manufacturing. So if you actually manufacture something that's high value, then of course, very clearly, the market will support those types of manufacturing solutions. So that's really what it's about. It's about understanding the economic value and what in fact market will in fact use. And on the other hand, from a scientific perspective, are these solutions safe and sustainable? So yes, it's a complex, multifaceted problem, but it can also be converted into a fantastic opportunity. And that's really what we're doing at UNSW. Our microfactories are about really creating innovative solutions around recycling and what we like to call the 4th R of reforming our waste into value-added product. Why is it 4th R? Because the 3 R's of reduce, reuse, recycle are the obvious things we all should be doing. Of course, we should be reducing our consumption of materials, and of course, we should be reusing it and recycling. But when it comes to the more complicated products, we have to be able to look at reforming it into new value-added materials and products. So this is where, of course, examples of, being able to take things like batteries and our electronics and automotive waste, all of these types of more complex materials coming out from the things that we take for granted, right? We just take for granted that, there's plastics in cars. Of course, plastics was put in cars to reduce the weight and therefore reduce our fuel consumption. So should we say that's a bad thing? No, plastics was introduced for a purpose. It's of course a material that can be used for manufacturing, can be molded into different shapes. Again, you've got glass that serves a very important purpose in so many different applications, and of course metals and rare earths, and the list goes on and on. So the important thing is to recognize that all of these products that we talk about have actually got so many important materials embedded in it. It's how we actually get to those valuable materials and how we actually reform them through manufacturing processes. So our microfactories at UNSW are about taking waste glass, waste textiles, plastics, and of course we launched last year the world's first e-waste microfactory. And through this e-waste microfactory, we can take something as complicated as a printed circuit board where there are many metals, there are rather difficult polymers, and there could well be some ceramics in there, and convert that into valuable alloys and valuable carbon products by completely reforming it. So in many instances, the polymer actually transforms into higher order, higher value carbon, because polymer fundamentally contains a lot of carbon. So when we talk about micro recycling, which is what microfactories are based on the science of, we're actually saying that every element, every compound, every molecule that is present in these different types of products becomes a resource. How you transform those molecules depends upon ultimately what you want to make. So if you want to make a product that is fundamentally a whole new ceramic through a combination of waste glass and plastics, you can do that. You can create a whole new ceramic compound like silicon carbide, where silicon comes from waste glass and carbon comes from waste plastics. Because as we know, glass contains silica. So it's a great source of silicon, and plastics is a great source of carbon. There are many, many other useful elements that are embedded in our waste resources. And if we can actually start to think about recycling and reforming at the much more molecular and a fundamental level, then basically what we are saying is that potentially nothing should go to landfill. If we actually can devise science and technology to enable us to carry out that transformation in a way that is safe and sustainable, then nothing should go to landfill. So I'm just going to scroll through a few slides just to show you the kinds of things that we are doing at the moment at UNSW. So let's just move through that. Sorry, I'm not getting this to move forward. Okay, so these are just some examples, and look, I'm not going to spend too much time on each of these. It's just to kind of give you a bit of a sense of, how in many, many parts of the world, of course, including in Australia, a lot of these products that have now become obsolete have in fact ended up in landfill. But the realities are, you look at systems like this and you go, right, that polymer and the hardware that you see in some of these old monitors, are they really sort of useless? No, of course not. Just because the product is no longer useful doesn't mean that the materials that are there are useless too. The materials in there are actually really useful. It's about how you bring it back into production. And of course, I was talking about circuit boards, to the endless opportunity with examples like e-waste. And of course, there's lots and lots of information where UNEP and many other agencies talk about the value that's embedded. And the value is not just there from the metals. The value is there in basically the organic materials and of course in our ceramics as well. I just wanted to finish off in just a moment by giving you a bit of a sense of this particular industry partner site. So you'll see this is our e-waste recycling partner in Sydney, and we are partnering with them. One of our micro factories is being piloted on their site. And of course, following on from this is footage that some of you may recognize because it was shot right not too far away from here in Selampur. And when we were visiting Selampur and a couple of parts of New Delhi, I think to me what was really exciting is that that small manufacturer you see there, the guy who makes torches, said to me, you know, I'd love to be able to use waste plastics in producing the kinds of torches that I'm making. I'd love to be able to use metals in what I'm making. So I think to me, the passion and the desire amongst small producers, medium producers is absolutely there to use recycled content. And of course in Sydney, in this particular industry partner site, who was literally, as you see, a whole lot of stuff coming from our homes and offices in Sydney and other parts of Australia are indeed now being looked at in terms of creating valuable products. So what we do with our waste plastics is we convert them into plastic filaments. We use those plastic filaments for 3D printing. So that's an example of a technology that we're developing in partnership. And of course, we've used a whole range of other waste materials like tires that you heard in the introduction and plastics in the process of making steel. So I'll leave it at that. And I want to, of course, get to our esteemed panel members who are here today. And we're going to take a really exciting approach. We're going to actually, instead of getting them to come up here and give us a short lecture, they've all very kindly agreed to indulge and be part of this experiment. And I can see Vinita and James kind of nodding away, my colleagues from UNSW going, see how this goes. But I promise you our panel members are very excited about this session that we're about to have. So I thought I might begin by introducing S.K. Ray. And, you know, while he is, I kind of, you know, alluded to him a little bit that the conversation would have a few surprise elements in it. I think he said he was prepared for it. He was ready for the challenge. So I love that. I love that approach. But before I start the questioning, I thought I might give you a little bit of an intro on Shri S.K. Ray. He has spent and has had over 43 years of experience in the petrochemical industry. He has business, market development, corporate affairs responsibilities at Indian Petrochemical Corporation and at Reliance Industries Limited. And of course, what I love about his bio is that he is presently mentoring the newly formed sustainability group, which is very, very inspiring. And of course, a whole range of amazing achievements that he's had in his life. But what I thought I might do is I might use my podium and my mic here. If I can get you to grab the mic that is there, thank you. And if you can, if you're mic'd up, that's okay, whatever you prefer. If you would prefer to, if that's not working, if your mic there is working, that's fine. And if you prefer to sit down or stand up here with me.
With you, that is better, I guess.
Why not? It's a conversation.
Come closer to a professor. Yeah.
It's a conversation,
yeah,
right?
Sure,
so let's have a conversation about, you know, I know that you are very passionate about plastics, particularly in the form of packaging. And I know that, of course, we all as end users, so we're all end users, we know we use plastics in our everyday life as part of packaging. Can you tell us a reason why, you know, society has evolved to this point where it's such an important part of our everyday lives? We kind of take it for granted, right? Can you tell us why?
Well, with your introduction, I think you have made my task very simple. You have articulated that these materials are new materials. First of all, we haven't had an opportunity to know this material for too long. It's just about 5 to 6 decades that we are using plastics extensively. And the reason we are using plastics is basically it provides three very important, it carries out 3 important functions. Number one is it's able to keep the product that we pack safe, and it lasts much longer, particularly for food product. And in the process, we are able to save a lot of food otherwise which used to get wasted. I recall my childhood days. We used to have bread wrapped in wax paper. That bread used to last us for a day or 2 at best. And after that, my mom would say, stale, now you throw the bread out. Today my wife does the same thing. She keeps it for 5 to 6 days. When it comes wrapped in a plastic wrapper, added to that we have the cold chain at home in the form of refrigerator. So the food stays much longer, and we are able to utilize that food for the bread for next 4 to 5 days. So number one, it's protecting it. Number two, it is extending its shelf life. And number three, it is also extremely affordable. It is affordable as well as convenient. So that is one of the reason, because that is the reason I believe that it has played a very important role in terms of in keeping the product safe, longer, and at an affordable cost.
So I guess is that, I mean, you think about so many countries of the world, you talk about food, and let's sort of focus on food packaging for a moment, because I think the points you've made are so important. You know, how do we get food across to so many parts of the world where it is desperately needed? And do you feel in a way that there is this other side of it, that our ability to extend the shelf life of food has happened as a result of some of the plastics, new materials that we are using? Are there specific food grade plastics that you can perhaps tell us? You use the bread example. Perhaps what the audience might like to know is, what are the food grade plastics?
Basically, most of the plastics, I think you made a point that there is a wide range of plastics. Roughly there are 22 different types of plastics, and within that 22 different types there are also specific grades. So if I break them up into different types, it probably will run into few thousands. One estimate says it is 8,000. Okay, that's an industry estimate. And each of these grade has a specific use. Fortunately for us, bulk of the plastics are inert in nature, so they do not interact with the food that is packed. And certain plastics which may have a concern are not actually recommended for food applications, and those are not used in the food packaging applications. Bulk of the plastics like polyethylene, polypropylene, PET, polyethylene terephthalate, you give an example, these are all very safe as far as the packaging of food product is concerned, and that's why we use it extensively.
So is it possible that we can imagine a future where we do keep that segregation between and sorting out the ones that are food safe, so that remains in one stream, and the other, rather the other grades that could be more for industrial purposes can be kept safe, so you can avoid that cross-contamination?
It is happening. As a matter of fact, if you look at the food producers like Nestle or Pepsi, they know this, they understand this material pretty well, and they would not be using a particular type or grade of plastic which is not approved for food applications. As a matter of fact, we have international standards where you should which material to be used for food contact applications. There are also materials which are not recommended for food contact applications, and those are not used in that application.
So that means that actually it lends itself automatically for better and better recycling solutions, because you're starting on the right footing.
Correct.
Which is great. I think you've made a very convincing argument. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that's been fantastic chatting to you.
Thank you.
Round of applause for Mr. Ray. I'd like to now invite our next speaker to give us his thoughts and share his experiences with us. Mr. Nitin Gupta is a co-founder and CEO of Atero Recycling, and he has had incredible experience in the whole world of e-waste, which I think there is no doubt that one of the biggest emerging challenges. But he's also mentioned to me that in addition to that, he also is now starting to think about the all-important question of lithium-ion batteries. So really excited about, you know, some of the things that you are looking to doing. Can you tell us a little bit about what plans you have with lithium-ion batteries recycling?
So Professor Veena, we are actually recycling lithium-ion batteries in India today. We are extracting pure cobalt from them, lithium carbonate, pharmaceutical grade, graphite, nickel, manganese dioxide, copper, aluminum, iron, and plastics, right? And the batteries are 100% recyclable. We have applied for more than 16 global patents on this technology that we've developed in-house. And we're looking to set up these plants outside India, in the US and Australia also.
That's great. Well, can you share with us, you know, what actually, from a technological perspective, are the challenges? Because of course everyone realizes that recycling batteries is a big challenge. What are the actual sort of challenges? Why is it that the world has struggled so much in recycling waste batteries. And let's pick up batteries more broadly. So whether it's lithium-ion batteries or nickel metal hydride, there's also NiCads. I mean, to me, the worry with things like NiCads, so that's nickel cadmium, is that you've got toxic elements like cadmium that are present. So I think we need to bring into this conversation, you know, the toxicity of some of the materials that are there in our batteries, which means that, you know, a lot of traditional recycling strategies may not necessarily work, because we've got to be mindful of the impact on not only the health of our planet, but health of the people who are working in that space. So can you tell us a little bit about, you know, some of the challenges?
No, a good point. So few things. See, well, you look at any battery. So the most recycled battery in the world today is a lead acid battery. The reason for high rate of recycling of lead acid batteries is lead is in high abundance in a lead acid battery, and it can be extracted pretty easily from a technological standpoint. So there are many mom and pop shops across the country and across the world which are able to take this lead out by a smelting process. Now please remember that process might not be completely environmentally friendly, because lead fumes go in the atmosphere and they hurt the people working in that particular unit, but also hurt the general population per se. But lead is a valuable commodity, it is easily extractable. So the collection rates and recycling rates of lead acid batteries today are very, very high, right? Some companies and some individuals are working on figuring out an electrochemical solution for lead acid batteries, and that's where the point that you made, Professor Veena, comes into the picture. If you are able to find out the right technologies for recycling, whether it's batteries, electronic waste, plastics, glass, or all kinds of hazardous waste that's out there, then almost 99% of the problem is solved, right? When I talk to people, people say the biggest problem in waste management is collection. Probably that's not my opinion, right? The biggest problem is how can you extract value from waste? If you're able to extract value from waste, then you can create a supply chain which transfers this value, and you can actually get hold of as much waste as you want to recycle. So the problem is, how can we figure out technological solutions which can turn into commercial successes, right? Now coming back specifically to, let's say, lithium-ion battery or nickel cadmium battery, the challenges in battery recycling are manifold. First, lithium-ion batteries are known to catch fire, right? They are very hazardous from a fire perspective. So if you store them for quite some time, then the biggest problem is, or if you dispose them in a common treatment facility, then there are chances of fire, and that's a big hazard out there. So how do you neutralize that? How do you ensure maximum recovery of the materials in there, right? It's not only a waste problem, it's also a supply issue. Most of the cobalt that's mined in the world comes from the DR Congo region, where there are terrorist regimes, child labor, all kinds of problems out there. How do you ensure that we don't mine further cobalt? How do you ensure that there's lithium security out there, right? So both of these points, and you need to ensure that you're able to extract the maximum amount of metals that are present in these batteries. To do that, chemically and metallurgically, it's a complex technological issue. Cobalt, lithium, graphite, manganese, each of these metals have their own smelting points, chemical behavior, and when they're present together, they influence each other's behavior. So put in simple terms, as the amount of metals in the input feedstock or elements in the input feedstock increases, more difficult is a technological solution to extract these metals in abundance, right? So a couple of things. For example, in our process plant, you'll see an electrowinning cell where on one side cobalt is electroplated, on the other side manganese dioxide is electroplated. That's one patent that we've applied for. So it's the first time you'll see in the world two simultaneous electroplating of different metals, right? So the challenges from a technological standpoint require deep research, both from a chemical perspective and metallurgical perspective.
And I'll just pick up on one point you made earlier, which is maybe something that the world needs to be a little bit more careful. I mean, I know you sort of mentioned it very briefly, is around safety, because you talk about lead fumes. Yes. And I think to me, it's like, you know, sort of making the point that we recognize some of the toxicity that's already been around in our environment, things like lead and asbestos and a lot of these materials that have been around. I think there are two issues, right? One is, of course, we have to challenge ourselves in saying, why are we using toxic materials in the first place? And I don't think we should be. So I think to me, that's a really important point. The other point, of course, is recognizing where we have legacy products that are already there. How do we deal with them in a safe manner? So would you agree that in addition to thinking about commercial and economics bottom line, if we talk about sustainability, we absolutely need to care about, you know, the well-being of our planet. We need to care about the well-being of our people who are working on it. So you can't have profits at the cost of our planet and our people. So
no, definitely. See, profits alone from a financial standpoint will not be enough, right? That's never enough. So sustainability or profit is a word that I use comminglingly. is for a broader perspective, right? Now, from a material removal standpoint, ROHS compliance is already there. A lot of people are trying to figure out how can they reduce hazardous substances in the input product itself, right? And on top of it comes the recycling solutions. How can you figure out from a technological standpoint, you're able to extract these metals, make it the most environmentally friendly process, make sure these waste materials are not going to the landfill, but are being used for a useful product in the society. On top of it, if you can add a sustainability angle to it to finance the entire supply chain, that makes it even more better. So just to add to that, Atero is the only company in the world which gets carbon credits per ton of electronic waste recycled, right? The reason for that is our recycling process is so energy efficient that UNFCCC has agreed that it's better than mining. So today from electronic waste in India, we extract pure gold, pure silver, pure palladium, all the rare earth metals, right? So from a sustainability standpoint, there are various ways to look at the entire process and come out with a solution which is a win-win-win for everybody.
Fantastic. And on that note, thank you very much, Mr. Nitin Gupta. Thank you. All right, my next panelist, Dr. Sunil Pandey, is a Senior Fellow and Director at the Center for Waste Management at TERI, and has been very excited about the work that's happening here at TERI. And I think to me what's really even incredible is that every time I come here to TERI and have discussions with so many incredible smart people, it's always very inspiring to hear some of the work that you're doing. So Sunil, I know that you've been working in so many different aspects, and of course your work, regulatory and policy as well, at TERI University. So I think to me that's an important sort of point that we'd love to hear a little bit more from. We've talked about some of the technical challenges, but perhaps if you could tell us a little bit more about how you see, I suppose, both for India and for the world more broadly, what kind of regulatory and policy frameworks we will need.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Veena. And what I'll for the regulatory challenge, what I like to immediately point out is, our regulations have, like international regulations, have built in concept of EPR, which Nitin is also familiar with. Now we are
perhaps you might just want to tell the audience what you mean by EPR.
Is extended producer responsibility. So producers are made responsible for the products which they are sending to market, and it's basically their responsibility, whether it's joint responsibility or alone. They working alone to also ensure that the product, when it becomes a waste, is managed in a proper manner. And we have been struggling nationally on how this EPR framework should look like, and how to ensure that, because our market is full of not only branded product, but also products which are not branded. Not branded, or brands which are not kind of very rich brands. Anytime when you look at waste stream, you can point out manufacturers which are generating to certain kind of waste, but there will be a lot of waste which will be unaccountable. So how basically EPR can be implemented in such scenario? So what Ministry of Environment and Forest has now been doing is that they're coming with a framework for implementation, where they're looking at targets for various manufacturers, where they're looking at how this EPR can be implemented, where they can work jointly with regulators like Central Pollution Control Board in the country, different urban local bodies, and kind of come out with a system which can ensure collection. Because what is happening is we have recycling facilities in place, but they're not getting enough waste to recycle. So that's a challenge which EPR is trying to address.
Do you think that you need to incentivize consumers, retailers to participate more proactively in schemes?
Sure. It's already happening to some extent. If you look at another waste stream which is neither, it's a plastic based, but it's a challenging stream which is called multi-layered plastics, which you use for packaging your crisps. So there recently manufacturers have started incentive scheme, not for consumers, not for retailers, but for the waste pickers in the country. Because unlike many other countries, India has very vibrant waste picking sector, which removes almost, if you look at city-wide statistics, in most cities they remove around 15% of waste every day from the waste stream. So, manufacturers have come out with incentive schemes to basically ensure that these are also picked up. And what we are looking at in terms of its processing that if they can be kind of guided to cement kilns, where they can be used as alternate fuel for producing cement. So that's something which has started now.
And you're also sort of looking into building capacity. And how you're actually doing that? Is that capacity amongst, say, waste pickers, businesses, you know, kids who are going through university? How are you actually going about doing that?
It's actually addressing not only youth through government programs, also I mean different NGOs which are engaged in educating youth. We ourselves have active program on waste management where we are engaging not only school and college kids but the other youth as well on how waste can be managed in a more responsible manner. We are working with various corporate sectors and with their CSR funding in bringing in awareness on waste management. And we have found that, I mean, if you start right from the school stage, the message goes more effectively. And kids certainly can influence their parents as well because they have a lot of voice at home. And I mean, that is certainly showing results. We are hopeful that, I mean, since it's a cultural issue, it's a behavioral issue, it takes time changing, but it's going in the right direction.
Just for the benefit of people in the audience, you mentioned CSR. Again, would you like to just quickly explain what you mean by CSR? And for people, perhaps it might help if you want to give an example of CSR that's working well.
Sure. I mean, CSR basically stands for corporate social responsibility. And what government requires is that certain percentage of profit, 2% around? 2%. Of the profit, industry has to spend in activities which reflect their social responsibility. Now, since advent of the Swachh Bharat mission in 2014, what has happened is corporate sectors can also now spend in activities which are relating to waste management. And I mean, there are corporate sectors, corporate sector partners, like for example, Reliance is doing that, NTPC, National Thermal Power Corporation is doing that, IOCL is doing that, a lot of such public sector and private sector enterprises. ITC is doing that now, basically for managing the waste in a better manner. Also engaging with waste pickers, because one of the mandates in the regulation is to formalize or not formalize, but to integrate the waste pickers into formal waste management system.
No, it's fantastic. So it looks like a lot of things are happening in India, and certainly something that we'd love to continue to keep an eye and see what's happening and perhaps learn from that experience. So thank you very much, and please join with me in thanking Sunil. And certainly last but not least, I'd like to invite Ms. Radhika Abrol, who is the Municipal Councillor for the South Delhi Municipal Corporation. And we're really excited to have you to tell us a little bit about, because I can imagine that working in a municipal corporation and, you know, wearing that hat of local government. I know in Australia also we've got local governments and state government and federal government, and of course various sort of tiers of responsibility in your role. I'm sure it's not an easy task. So can you, just for the benefit of the audience, tell us a little bit about the municipal corporation, the South Delhi Municipal Corporation, and what is your responsibility in that?
Well, very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for giving me such a brilliant introduction, though the work we do is not as brilliant as it sounds or as it reads on the paper. So basically the municipal or the municipality is engaged, and the main purpose of it is to, how basically should I say, to clean the roads, to make places free of garbage, to let people know that ultimately you have to join hands with us if we need to improve our nation. So the main task for municipality is this. Apart from that, yes, there is building of roads, putting of lights, and a lot many other things. But the backbone of any municipality should be the management of waste, and that apparently happens to be the topic over here also. So our main role is to engage people. If my presentation was to run in the background, I have specifically focused on the fact that how difficult it is for us to engage people, because they have very rigid belief systems. There are very rigid belief methodologies people have. Say, for example, I'll pick up a very small thing and all of you might just relate with it. People dispose of the religious waste under trees, and then they also have a tendency to make a boundary around it. So technically that boundary counts as an encroachment on the public land, which in itself is a bigger problem than managing the waste. So even if we try to tell them, even if we try to get in touch with them. We try to convince them that don't do it, and it should be disposed of in the same manner as anything else. I'm also a religious person, but what religious thing are we doing by putting those things under a tree and apparently blocking the tree's source of water and maybe sunlight also at times? So this is one thing which we have to deal in every household, because they won't just listen to you. They won't listen to you because for somebody in our country, it's a little difficult to listen to what's right. So, yeah, that's
I can see your task is really, really challenging. And I suppose, I mean, what might be, useful, you've sort of set us on this journey where you've sort of picked up on what are the challenges if waste is not managed properly. But can you give us an example of some of the initiatives that you're doing as part of your responsibility within the municipal corporation, where you can kind of shed a bit of light on how you actually brought about that change, as you say, behavioral changes, how you've actually gone about doing that?
See, I would just in very few words say this, that I am lucky to have people with me who understand the importance of all this. So I also have them along with me here. Obviously, I won't take their names, but there are people who are ready to engage with you for the right thing. So there are what we call the RWAs, the Resident Welfare Associations, which is actually selected by the residents themselves. So even if you find it difficult to reach an authority, say for example me, so they would first engage with the people who are in their own level, the local people. So one or two things that I would like to point out is that what SDMC has done is, SDMC has done a tremendous work of waste to art. If you go to Sarai Kale Khan, you can see the Seven Wonders Park over there. The entire thing is made out of waste. Iron, tin, tires, plastic, the same plastic that you mentioned you use in the cars. So it's actually difficult to dispose it of, because what we can actually put it to use. We don't have to just throw it at a landfill or just crush it over somewhere and put it. So it's made out of that. A similar thing is also there at Green Park. That is where I come from, which is it's an urban colony in South Delhi. And there's a beautiful structure which is lighted in the night, and it has names of all the historical places in Delhi. So that is also made out of waste. Another thing is the vertical garden, which is there at the office of the SDMC, which is in Green Park again, which is again made up of waste. So you need to understand, and all of us need to understand, that if it was not used for that purpose, it would have just gone to the landfill, or maybe it would have been just disposed of at a roadside or somewhere like that. Because we as Indians, even I have that tendency. So it's not that I'm looking down upon us, but we as Indians have a tendency that wherever we see waste accumulated, we mark that as a dumping ground and we start throwing over there. So it is from these places that we have picked up the waste and actually made all this. You can see the tires in this picture. These are also tires which were just discarded off. The car was discarded, the tires were discarded. So this is actually all waste products which are put to such amazing use. And these are sites that you should really come down and visit once at least.
I like your, sort of the point you were making about residents, and residents, really taking that responsibility. So I suppose it goes to show that to some extent, a lot of these things have to happen at the grassroots level. And do you find that once you get something started at the grassroots level, there might be other communities who also kind of go, look at that and think, well, we can do something similar. So whether that also then inspires a whole wave of people wanting to do similar things. Are you starting to see a little bit of that happen?
Well, on that note, I would just say one thing, that if you actually follow me on Twitter or Facebook.
Go on, tell your Twitter handle.
My Twitter handle is Professor Radhika Abrol. So there are a lot of IDs by Radhika Abrol, but Professor one is the official one. And I have my page on Facebook as well, which goes by the name of Radhika Abrol, Fogart being my last name. So that is also managed by me. So the point is that I'll just take a minute, because I can see the time is already out. So I'll just take a minute and wind it up. That once we started with a good project, I was so happy that many big companies, big firms, Airtel being one of them, joined hands with us in doing our project. So what I really started with, I have to tell this because I represent the municipality and people think that municipality does nothing. Honestly, if municipality was doing nothing, we people would not have walked on the roads. They do. But there's a limitation to us also, and we need to understand that. So all our funds and everything comes down from a lot of levels. It's not directly that we have anything in our hand. So one big thing which we did as part of the municipality, and Mr. Pandey is also here who would agree with me, that somewhere we have a challenge of cleaning up the roads which are like those smaller lanes, the by lanes, it's a big challenge clearing them out. So SDMC, the South Delhi Municipal Corporation, has actually imported a lot of vehicles to do that. So you might just see them running around. This happens to be an NDMC area, New Delhi Municipal Corporation, which is anyways A1. So a lot of things you can see, even in this presentation I've aimed at this. This was the anti-plastic drive which happened, which our Honorable Prime Minister had started. So a lot can be said, but I just feel that one should always restrict the words and make your actions infinite so that you are known for what you do. So I think that's all that I'll say.
That's fantastic. What an inspiring woman. Thank you. Perhaps you can keep the mic there and just see. So I know we've sort of run out of time, but what we might do is if there are any burning questions, perhaps we can accommodate a question maybe. Otherwise we've run out of time, so I'm a bit sort of careful that we don't have, yes, I think we have one there, so Mike.
R.K. Sharma, Consultant Head at District Development Authority, Nainital, Uttarakhand. सर हिंदी में पूछ सकता हूँ? शायद मुझे लग रहा है हिंदी कोई नहीं बोलता, तो मैंने बोलने की हिम्मत इसलिए
हमें भी ज़्यादा समझ आएगा आप हिंदी में बोलोगे तो.
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू. सर आप एक रेनाउंड प्लास्टिक टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट रहे हैं, जैसा आपके बैकग्राउंड को देख करके बताया है मैम ने. सर हमारे उत्तराखंड में एक ग्रोइंग जो समस्या होते जा रही है वो प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट की है, क्योंकि मैं इधर सिटीज़ में देखता हूँ यहाँ तो लोग काफ़ी मोटिवेटेड हैं. जैसे मैम का वर्क है, मैं मैम को फॉलो करना शुरू करूँगा आज के बाद से. हमारे यहाँ के काउंसलर के अंदर तो इतना सा भी तमीज़ नहीं होता है, सीधी बात. तो मैम रियली सल्यूट है आपको. हमारे यहाँ 60 वार्ड मेंबर्स हैं, बट कोई भी इस तरीके का आपके आसपास नहीं पहुंच पाता. तो पहले तो सिविक बॉडीज के नाते आपको
बिग हैंड टू मैम.
अब सर एक एनलाइटमेंट आपसे ये चाहिए कि बहुत कम समय में, ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा, कि हमें अपने इस प्लास्टिक वेस्ट को जो हम सेग्रीगेशन करके हमने कुछ स्कूल्स को पिकअप किया है, और मैं पर वीक बच्चों को अपनी पॉकेट से इंसेंटिव देता हूँ. गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स मैंने वो किए, तो वो अपने घर से मिल्क के जो पैकेट्स होते हैं, दूध की थैलियाँ जिनको कहते हैं, वो लेके आते हैं. तो सर आप कुछ ऐसा एनलाइटमेंट दीजिए कि हम उसको म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन को जो डोर टू डोर गार्बेज कलेक्शन जो व्हीकल आती है सर, उसके बाद उसका क्या कर सकते हैं, थोड़ा सा एक आप एनलाइटमेंट दीजिए. थैंक यू.
बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन आपने पूछा है. एक्चुअली आई वॉज प्लानिंग टू टॉक अबाउट इट. हम जो कहते हैं कि प्लास्टिक जो हम रिसाइकिल करते हैं, वी आर डाउन साइकिलिंग इट. एक्चुअली वो दैट परसेप्शन वो ठीक नहीं है. विद दैट परसेप्शन एक्चुअली हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, वी आर अंडर एस्टिमेटिंग द इंजेन्यूटी ऑफ ह्यूमन बीइंग. सिंस आपने ये पूछा है, मैं एक आपको उदाहरण देना चाहूँगा. ये मेरे पास एक बैग है. कैन आई गिव इट टू यू? ये जो है ये पीईटी बॉटल जो हम फेंकते हैं, उसी में से रिसाइकिल करके ये बैग हमने बनाया.
अगर ये बैग मुझे मिल जाएगा तो ज़्यादा अच्छा लगेगा. आपने बोला कि प्रोफेसर साहब के पास आकर के अच्छा लगता है, तो
ये बैग आप खोल लीजिए. ये जो मैं कह रहा था कि ह्यूमन इंजेन्यूटी को हमें एक्चुअली देखना चाहिए. प्लास्टिक्स नीड नॉट बी डाउन साइकिल्ड. हाँ श्योर. ये बैग जो बनी है, ये पीईटी बॉटल, प्लास्टिक वाटर बॉटल से बनी हुई है. ये जो है ऐसे बहुत अच्छे हैं. इसमें क्या खूबी इसमें है, द ह्यूमन ingenuity, this is very critical. I think what we really try to understand is that we can make wonderful product provided we look at waste as a resource, what madam is saying. And once we look at it as a resource, I think there are a lot of opportunities that can be really tapped. Today plastic का जो recycling जो है, उसमें कमी जो हमें लगता है, that is basically our attitude in terms of managing the waste. And once the waste is managed in a scientific way, there are huge opportunities which are there. And a lot of people are getting into this space today in terms of recycling and pursuing the circular economy tenet. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I will, on that note, please join with me in thanking all our panel members. I'm sorry, I think we've run out of time for the questions, but thank you to all our panel members, and hopefully you've all been inspired today with all of them doing some incredibly amazing work. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be a part of this fantastic conversation. I'd like to thank Sanjay for the invitation to come and, sort of meet amazingly inspiring people. And thank you so much for your interest and for coming along. And look forward to seeing you again next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Veena Sajwala, for moderating the session so beautifully. I would now request Professor Veena to present a small token of appreciation to our distinguished speakers. Mr. S.K. Ray, Honorary Secretary, Indian Center for Plastics in the Environment.
Okay.
Mr. Nitin Gupta, co-founder and CEO at Atiro Recycling. Dr. Sunil Pandey, Senior Fellow and Director, Center for Waste Management, TERI. Ms. Radhika Abrol, Municipal Councillor, South Delhi Municipal Corporation. Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to request Mr. Sanjay Seth, CEO GRIHA Council, to present a small token of appreciation to the moderator of the session, Professor Veena Sajwala. Thank you, sir. I thank all the distinguished speakers and participants for joining us for the session. Tea and coffee is being served at the hub. I request everyone to proceed to the successive thematic tracks. To just give information about the successive thematic tracks, in Silver Oak, we have thematic track 10, Sustainability in Water Supply. In Jacaranda Hall, we have thematic track 11, Switching to Cleaner Fuels. And in Amalta's Hall, we have thematic track 12, Air Pollution, a Global Menace. Lastly, you may connect with us through social media by following our Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram and Twitter page. Please use hashtag GRIHA for all and hashtag 11GS while tweeting. Thank you.
Very good evening. I'm architect Namrata Mahal. On behalf of GRIHA Council and UNSW Sydney, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. Before we dive deep into today's session, let's get acquainted with the safety arrangements in the Stein Auditorium. TERI is a quality, health, safety, and environment certified organization. In any case of untoward incident like fire, evacuation is required, needless to be said. In case of you are required to exit from this auditorium through the fire exit gate nearest to you without any panic. The auditorium has 7 gates, 4 on the ground floor. There is 1 exit on the stage and 2 exits on the balcony. In case of fire, fire marshals will take positions in the aisle and exit gates to help you to evacuate. With that note, I once again welcome you all for today's plenary session, the Governance Challenge. Globally, governance has shifted from welfare state model towards economic development model, which demands government to be more innovative and strategic in an increasingly competitive world. Governance is now associated with digital technology to develop approaches that make cities smarter. This session intends to run deliberations on developing a governance framework which stimulates multiple sector collaborations and public partnerships with mutual benefits to promote capacity building and entrepreneurship and also nurture community engagement. With that note, I would like to invite all our esteemed speakers and moderator of the session to please come on the dais. Dr. Simon Leo, Associate Dean, International Built Environment, UNSW, the moderator of our session. Mr. Anand Iyer, Chief Project Manager, NIUA. Mr. Sanjay Mitra, former Defense Secretary. Brigadier R.R. Singh, Director General, National Real Estate Development Council. And we have with us Dr. Madhumita Roy, Professor, Department of Architecture, Jadavpur University. A warm welcome to all of you. Thank you. May I request you to please come ahead? We'll have a group photograph and then we begin with the session. I now request Dr. Simon to please take forward the session. Thank you. Oops. Something is here but not. Yeah, I can see here, but this is yours. Yeah. Yes. Okay. You just have to move this point. Yeah. It's again. No, it's not. Okay. Now it's. No. Yes. Come on. Hi, good afternoon. Well, last session before the closing ceremony, and I believe that, like me, you had 2 very stimulating days of discussion. And I think it's very good to finish with a theme like that, governance. We saw along these 2 days discussion, debates about challenge, opportunities, and developments, specifically on energy, water, waste. But still, why many of the current capacity we have is still not implemented. And now I would like to bring a few aspects here about the governance of that. The governance that is needed nowadays to enable that all these new technologies, these new proposals can really be implemented and brought to reality.
It's been said here before that governance is definitely very related nowadays with digital technology to develop approach that can make cities smarter. Governance is related to smart cities in many different ways. For my presentation here today, I decided to bring an example. Instead of discussing governance in a more generic and broad conceptual way, I think one of the projects that we had developed in Sydney bring a number of challenges, at the same time opportunities that we have nowadays in terms of governance. This is a project that we developed with the Greater Sydney Commission, which is a metropolitan level strategic planning entity in Australia. And you saw my title in terms of geodesigning cities' future. One of the challenges in creating plans for sustainable urban futures is the ability to work across government agencies and to break down traditional barriers to truly collaborative planning. Typically, metropolitan planning has been carried out by different agencies which are separate in their mandate and by different planning strategies as well. This siloed approach to city planning means that there are problems in the coordination and sequencing of critical projects. And to address this, we've been, UNSW, been investigating the use of geodesign framework and also developing technology and data infrastructure for supporting collaborative and integrated negotiation-based geodesign. Big data provides a robust base for understanding current patterns and current performance, and also produce some good opportunities for testing future projections, but this is under certain conditions, mostly conditions that we have and we know in the present. We believe that it's essential in planning not simply have a data-driven approach, but not to forget the envisioning. Design process that are going to actually achieve the goals we want. Data-driven might actually show us that we are not performing well. But we have here, during these 2 days, goals of sustainability, equity, livability have been put through. We have to think about envisioning the cities we want, and also in a reverse engineering to think what actions we need to have nowadays and how actually we get this implemented. The geodesign process runs contrary to the linearity of the current design workflow. In geodesign, the design stage is followed by a formation of multiple scenarios, which investigate an assessment of the design's potential impact before it's carried out to the project phase. This is a reiterative step that identified further information needs and stakeholders concerned that may have otherwise been overlooked. The project I mentioned before, we used the Southeast Sydney case study. For this geodesign process, we got together 32 stakeholders representing different government agencies, academia, organized civil society, and private sector. And they have to envision the region in 2050. They were given some projected drivers of change: population growth, employment growth, demographic change, for example, the process of aging population that we have in Australia and in other parts of the world as well, housing demand, etc. And this group was also supplied with a baseline data and recommended scenarios. And what I'm showing here are some photos of that process. And what I like about showing these photos is that it's not simply about data and the technology. We always will have people taking decisions, and they have different backgrounds, different interests, different values, different ideologies. And over 2 full days, this group came with their individual ideas, their individual projects for the area, their values, and they have to share that, they have to discuss, they have to negotiate it. And in this process, it flows through a series of informal debate. And technology and data was instrumental. Along this debate, the design grows in complexity, but it's accompanied by a learning process from a multi-sector sharing of ideas. At the end of 2 days, these are some examples of the framework, the infrastructure used. They have hundreds of projects and policies. And these colorful polygons here, they actually have a lot of information behind that. They mean that something is being proposed to a certain location. And they had to start putting those together and seeing what is complementary, what is contradictory, and analyze in terms of performance. They could actually prioritize, sequence, analyze costs, and then compare costs with revenue. Then basically this data was used, and some models for performance was used along the process. And they could actually have some types of visualization of what they were proposing as well. Important thing about this process is the benefit in terms of how we need to actually to promote collaboration, breaking silos, and sharing data if we want really to get frameworks for governance that really lead to our goals. And here a list of some of the benefits that we got, and this is part, actually, of what the participants actually saw as benefits of being part of this process. Identification of different goals and concerns from different agencies. Development of collective understanding. It's really important that in a framework and in a process like that, the others are exposed and get an understanding of different views as well. The development of scenario-based planning is not simply getting one or the solution, but looking at varied potential scenarios and assess impact to decide. Contribution to foster a data sharing culture, and increasing the capacity of these stakeholders to making more informed solutions. If you'd like to have more details on this project, there is a fresh publication in the Journal of Environment and Planning being September of this year, in which we describe in more details and present the methodology and the results. We are very interested in investigating this approach further, not only in Australia, but internationally, to learn from different contexts. We would welcome opportunities to develop a geodesign workshop in India. Indeed, due to the high impact of that approach, we have now a course in geodesign developed by UNSW in collaboration with the Arizona State University and the King's College London, which are our Plus Alliance fellows. But I would like now to introduce the panel. It's a very distinguished panel from different sectors, always make a contribution for the debate on governance. I would like first to call Mr. Anand Iyer. He is the Chief Project Manager of the National Institute of Urban Affairs.
Does this enable us to actually sit there, or it's obsolete? He's given me a mic over here. I hope they manage. Hear you better? Doubly so. Good evening all. Sparse audience, but that's a governance challenge as well often. Anand Iyer, I work with the National Institute of Urban Affairs, and you know, I suppose for the last 2 days you had no end of listening about sustainability and all the three bottom lines and all of that, but I'd like to kind of articulate the challenge first when it comes to governance, and then be able to kind of offer, probably fittingly at the end of a event, probably a couple of glimpses of hope or a couple of positive things that are happening. So, you must try and understand that we work only with the urban and only in India, of course, and the city is a strange organism. It needs governance, it needs to be governed. So there is a city authority, a urban local body, but it's a strangely decapitated body in the sense that it does not have overarching control over all the factors or all the resources that have an impact on this one word called sustainability that you would like to see, or a climate action. Therefore, cities are traditionally consumers. They are the demand end of things. But what also happens in a sustainability sphere or in a climate action sphere is that you are also looked upon, because of being singular demand, as being the emitter, as being the source of the emitter. I think scope 3 and all those dialogues. Therefore, you need to administer only a certain geographical area, but you need to rely on resources and permissions that are geographically beyond and jurisdictionally beyond you. So probably in a very quick way, this is the governance challenge. If I look at just the two things that a city administrator has complete authority over, one would be solid waste management, and that's a mountain of a problem, and I mean it literally and figuratively. And the other is probably construction permits, which Professor Roy would probably elaborate on later. These are just the only two things. The river that flows through your city or the road that runs through it, often you cannot control yourself. You would need a revenue department, an irrigation department, or somebody. So you do not have control on either the resources or the use of the resources upon which you depend. So this, in a word, is this. And then the additional issue always in governance is of capacity. The authority has certain officials. They are designated into departments, and these are known departments. You have solid waste, water supply or hydraulics, and wastewater and sewerage and roads and traffic and all of this. Each of them, other than the solid waste and the permits person or the building plan person, needs to liaise with the counterpart departments, which is road and transport department, or whoever else their counterpart departments are. Severely restricted in terms of numbers and technical expertise to tackle with just the technicalities of the problem. So it's just not the number of officials, but the ability of an official to be able to span the breadth of the issue that has become into a problem today. Yeah. So in fact, solid waste management itself takes so much focus. I've heard municipal commissioners say that it's only a fancy title. I am otherwise a waste picker. That's what I spend most of my day on. Which waste bin is overflowing and whom do I need to rush where? So this is it. Just making the best use of time. A couple of things. The session agenda talks and remarks about the smart city mission, and it's interesting, Dr. Liao, to know that the smart city mission in a way kind of brings both the envisioning and the data driven approach together. So one of the first things it kind of said is we understand the capacity constraints, and in a very in a debatable way, but in a bold way, it said we will create another system, another entity that is able to address the problems in the way that we hope it be addressed. And to credit, it said we are not going to take over the city. We are not going to create an alternative system of governance. What we are saying is some things need to be done in a certain way. These may need to be pan-city or across the city initiatives, and these may be in a particular area, and this may be done by a special purpose vehicle which is allowed to hire the kind of resources it feels that the issue needs. And therefore, the smart city SPVs work in very close contact or connect with the city authorities. They are also allowed, because they are not the city authorities themselves, to liaise with all the different departments that are needed to bring to bear on a particular issue. And they have to work with the vision of the city. So they work with the city leaders to set a vision, set what you would like to be, and find the path to it. And the roster of projects links only to those that are measurable and that are objective, and therefore the digital technologies and the entire range, it's a word that it's a universe in itself. All the range of digital technologies that you can bring that enable you to know or measure what you are doing in a certain way. So whether it be waste or whether it be any of the traditional disciplines or new ones. So some of the pan-city kind of measures, the ones that have taken off immediately would be what are called the command and control centers. And I would urge anybody in this audience to enter the first command and control center that you can. And I can only assure you that by no stretch of imagination is it a bunch of TV screens connected to a camera. The amount, the nature and the manner in which the data is processed in these control centers are probably something that should have been done decades ago, but better done now. And some of the impacts we are seeing already, but already the back set, if there is a structure and there is the infrastructure, and then there is the layer that runs the infrastructure. So data and internet technologies are now providing that. There are digital technology words for it, like stack. They provide the stack on which various platforms can run, and each of the platform can collect data according to the nature of the data point. But the stack is established, and that enables the city to operate in an interesting way, and there is a single data officer in charge of this particular stack and the set of platforms. So one is that. And then the projects of course happen. So these are pan-city and the digital being the base of it. And then the projects are infrastructure projects with the added element of there being attention to public space design, in sensitive design, good sustainable design, climate friendly design, disabled friendly design, children friendly design. So these are the aspects that the city otherwise could not probably have managed in the routine scenario. Couple of examples that I think we can talk about, and to sign off on the smart city mission, it would be that it sees upon itself the intent to be able to leverage what was already there but was not traditionally possible. So it sees itself just as a catalyst in a city to be able to leverage not just financial resources but technical resources and also knowledge resources that were existing in the city, and bring them together to bear on the particular issue. So the leveraging is an important thing that it can do. Two things that have in front of me in the last couple of years been quite a success. One is a whole set of innovation challenges that we have run, that the smart city mission and the SPVs have been the vehicle, and an innovation challenge around disability, around children, around manual scavenging, around there's a list of topics, is something that we could not have imagined to be successful in the way in which it has been successful. So probably it is just both with the smart city mission and otherwise, it's just that it's an idea whose time has come. And we probably doing the things now that should have been done, but it is now that they are seeing light of day. One is that there's also the city's program, CITIIS, run by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, which allows you to propose projects centered around innovation, centered around public space, and there are parameters of assessment, and innovation being the key, you kind of propose them in another way and leverage funds from other mission. The one interesting thing, and I'd sign off on this, is called the Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework. The Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework. This is launched by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. It's an assessment framework that allows a city to know where it stands on the sphere of climate action. So you have the traditional thematic verticals of water, wastewater management, solid waste management, air quality and transport, energy and green buildings. But there are, the indicator is, the assessment framework is done in a very interesting way. There are indicators of course, but you can also get levels. So there are level 0, there's a level 0 defined, like Master Oogway in the Kung Fu Panda, you know where level 0 is. And then you also have level 1, 2, 3 and 4. So a city can provide the proof, it's a self-assessment first, but if you are unable to provide proof for the other level, you at least know where you stand and what you need to do in order to jump to that level. The proof is vetted by an expert committee. These are people who have run the cities on those particular issues for at least 20 years. And the people who help you collect the data is a project management unit with at least 10 to 15 years experience in knowing what they're talking about. So no proof simply gets by the door. And once the expert committee has kind of validated it, you kind of audit and check as well. And all the data is digital. It's collected through the single data officer. So the data points may be the same. How much electricity do you consume per density? How many energy efficient street lights do you have per given area? You know, and it can get endlessly, but it's been limited to about 30 indicators. So the data points are the same that you have reported elsewhere, but the formula in which the data is used in a very interesting way. Both these things are available in at the website smartnet.niua.org. Yeah, /CSE/cities. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you.
Well, I would like to introduce now our next speaker, Dr. Madhumita Roy. She is a professor in the Department of Architecture in Jadavpur University, Kolkata.
Hello, good evening everyone. And to start with, that governance in urban settings, challenges. Now the first question is, are we really aware of our challenges in cities, city governance? See, the demand for quality habitat is increasing day by day. And as I discussed yesterday, that demand for quality living for all age groups, catering all the age groups, are increasing day by day. How to cater with that? How to address? The list of challenges which is mentioned in the slide of all the ULBs is known to all of you. But I would like to mention two items specifically. See, in all our ULBs, we have this experience that there is an inappropriate and inadequate distribution of manpower, which means that most of our corporations, local bodies are dominated by engineer community. Now, these engineering community actually, what is happening when an architect submits a plan, an engineer actually, he checks all the clauses, whether it is complied in the plan or not. Not only this, there are shuffling situations. One person is deputed from one department to another department. In that way, all might not be having similar sort of experience in dealing the building plan sanction systems. The other important point is lack of political will. And the third point I'd like to mention, that abuse of general rule provisions. People don't like to follow the rules. Now, as we all know, that as per the TNCP Act 1971, the zoning was supposed to be done by through TNCP Act, following TNCP Act. But after the 74th Constitutional Amendment in 1992, all the ULBs are no longer bound by these provisions of TNCP Act. Now, these ULBs, they became big fat elephant sort of thing, where there is inadequate manpower and they are given lot of assignments to follow, starting from the preparation of CDP, city mobility plan, city sanitation plan, e-governance, and meeting all the benchmarks set by the Government of India. Who are the game players in the urban governance? Government, landowners, business people, business community, citizens and residents. Now, what are the interests of each of these key players in urban governance? Interestingly, with my 30 years experience in this area, I found that people are never happy with their what is mentioned in the rule. They always need some extra. Landowners, they want extra FSI. Business people, including the professionals, the efficiency of a professional depends on the efficiency, how he could manage extra FSI in a particular project. Developers are always interested in having extra floor area. Now, the primary document used for sanctioning a building plan case is building bylaws, which leads to building rules and regulations. Now, despite of having this very important document, we find it is a fact that 90% of our building stock is unauthorized, which all of us we can see. What is the role of building rules? What is the objective? It is to ensure health, it is to ensure safety, to optimize the energy consumption, convenience, to ensure convenience, and to create the imageability of the city. What are the means of control? FAR, FSI, ground coverage, open space systems, height regulations, and the parking standards. Now, what is the user perception about building rules and regulations? Designers, they never they consider it as a legal jargon. They always consider that there is lot of lack of flexibility in the building rules for design interpretation, and the objective of the rule is not cleared. That's why it allows discretion. Owners and developers, too complicated and a cumbersome process which cause delay, ambiguity for projects of various scales and uses, and involve too many departments with conflicting opinions. And the administrators, no foolproof tool for checking. Undue requests due to lack of clarity, indecisions for subjective issues, which contributes actually the whole perception of all, contributes to create a negative image of the government regarding efficiency, transparency, credibility, and above all, the rule of law is under question. Now, if you just look at the pictures, you will find that in the first picture in the corner, this picture, you will find that there is not a single portion left for the plantation. The whole ground area is paved. In the just diagonally opposite corner picture, you will find all the buildings here, they have the approved plans. But none of the buildings are in compliance with the rules. And these are very common scenario in all our metro cities. Now, recently a statement made by actor Pooja Bhatt, I like that statement very much actually. We are living in a fake world. All of us are aware of everything, but somehow we are not ready to accept. And the next thing is that we are living in a me bubble. I am only concerned with my tech. And the third one is we do lot of background conversation as listed by Ms. Sharon Knoll. Whether it is right or wrong, we don't know. We question every time. In case it is my building, it is right. In case of others, it is wrong. Find the flaw, not responsible, us and them, either or, not enough. Now, why it is happening? Because these are the values which actually varies from individual to individual. Now, the first one to start with, equity. Now, I am just mentioning one important program. Actually, when in 2005, one housing minister from West Bengal, he wanted to have a transparent authority, that is in 2005, as a part of e-governance project. And thus, he assigned us to prepare the online plan sanction software for the authority. Now, as an architect, academician, I never had any idea about making software because I don't know programming. But immediately I took the challenge because I considered that this would be the lifetime opportunity for an academic architect researcher, because only architect can realize what are the pains in getting sanctions done through municipal bodies. So I took the challenge and we prepared the software. And if we can, that time I thought that if we can prepare the software, if we are successful, then the justice will be given to all the professionals, because in most of the cases, lady architects don't prefer to go to corporations to get the sanction done. As an architect, I failed to get a sanction done ever because I couldn't bribe. So, building plan sanction, as the time is short, I don't want to go into details. Lot of activities and lot of steps are to be followed in actual manual building plan sanction process, and we know all the disadvantages of the manual system. Now, this is what I would like to mention. The will and the dream was there by the politician, by the leader, and he had the faith on the professionals, and we had the honesty to implement the system. So the online plan sanction was prepared, my software was prepared, and it was having two parts. One is data and drawing collection, another is drawing checking. I am talking for the year 2006, that is 13 years back, and the system was developed like this, and it is still running in Newtown, Kolkata. All the flaws and all the irregularities are marked through the software itself, and it is sent to the project owner and professionals. Now, in 2 years, the main important point to be mentioned, that see, when the system was developed in 2006, for 3 years' time, we could not implement the system because no one wanted to have the system in place. No one. Later on, governor had to take the call, and he ordered to, yeah, I am coming, yes. And it is mentioned that I had to take charge of the system as a chief architect in addition to my normal duty, and we completed 550 cases. All the big complexes which are in Newtown was approved by me only with my signature. And okay, it's already over. Now the sustainability term, actually I don't understand. I am totally confused with this sustainability, because see, the green word can be added to all the words which are in the box. Now we in Bengal, we have also green police. So I don't know what is the degree of green. And it is the responsibility of all of us to address the challenges and to maintain and implement it with responsibility. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like now to call to the stage Mr. GRIHA Singh. He is the Director General of the National Real Estate Development Council.
Fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I think the subject is the sustainability and how we can make sustainable towns, houses. It is more relevant for India because India is one of the fastest growing country, and lot of urbanization is taking place in India. Almost 1 crore people are entering the urban area almost every year. So this is a big challenge for everybody who is responsible for developing the townships. The government has started a new program of smart cities, which probably can take, or also apart from the smart cities, they have also started a program to revamp the infrastructure of the existing towns under the different schemes of the government. While these things are being taken care of, I think the requirement is the redevelopment. Our cities have not been constructed on the basis of sustainability, and they have grown in a haphazard way. The infrastructure is not capable of taking the load which is required to, because of the development, unauthorized development which is taking place in and around the cities. So it is it's an important area where a lot of governance is required to improve the infrastructure, to redevelop the cities where it is required, make smart cities. But more than that is that once our population at the moment, urban population is around 400 millions, which should be touching around 800 millions by mid of this century. So half of the cities have to be constructed, new cities have to be constructed. Therefore, it is important that at least the new cities which are going to come up, whether they are adjacent to the existing cities or they are all green cities, they must be made sustainable. And in sustainability, infrastructure, which consists of powers, water, electricity, sewage, waste management, road management, public management, all these probably is the time that we have to plan it properly. And this area is a big challenge, big governance challenge. Our government has taken a lot of steps to at least transform the real estate sector, to transform the construction sector, and the results are visible. Some of the important reforms which the government has undertaken in the last 4 or 5 years are, one which is the most important is the Real Estate Regulation and Development Act 2016. I think India was being developed not that there was no regulation earlier, but there was no implementation of those rules, regulations, and authorities probably were very careless in implementing it. As a result, the development which has taken place is not sustainable. Now the government has made this Real Estate Regulation Act, which helps both the proper development and also that there is a regulatory authority which has been established, and that authority is responsible to see that the real estate is being developed properly and as per the laid down policies and procedures. Earlier, the developers used to construct without proper land title, without proper land plan approvals, and used to sell the property to the buyers. Sometimes they never sold it, they collected the money and did not give the property to the end user. So this type of activity was going on. To stop all these activities, this Real Estate Regulatory Act, which has come from 1916 onwards, is taking care of all the problems which the real estate was facing earlier. The Act provides that all the money which is deposited by the real estate developers goes to the escrow account, and that money is used only for the construction of that particular projects. It is not siphoned out, it is not taken to any other place, or it is not privately utilized by the developer. So that's a big safeguard that the money used is for the real estate development for which it was collected. and the buyer gets his property in time and in a proper shape. If there is a problem, then the regulator is there to look into the issues and resolve it. If there is a further problem between the buyers and the real estate developer himself or by any other stakeholder, there is an appellate tribunal which can take care of those type of complaints, decide, also give the punishments in terms of financial or imprisonment, etc., which is also there in the Act. So Act by and large is very transparent, very systematic, and I think this is the first platform which provides a transparent and honest business in the real estate sector. And in future, probably this will be a great help, especially to the buyers. Second is your GST, Goods and Services Tax, which was just introduced in 2017. The GST, affordable housing GST rate is 1%, non-affordable housing 5%. I think this is the least which is there for any other product. So this is probably a grace given by the government, minimum GST, so that these things can be easily the cost can be cut down, and more people can buy houses which they, of course, they require, because the housing deficiency in the country is quite a large. Then we have your Insolvency and Transparency Act. That Insolvency Act provides for, if there's a problem with the real estate developers, he can declare himself insolvent, and the rule will and Act will take care of it. So it's transferred to some other body to do the balance of the work. Even in the insolvency, the buyers have also been made creditors. So they become stakeholders in this, and without their permission, the insolvency board cannot act on this. So they are a stakeholder in that particular area. The fourth thing which is there is the Benami property. Benami property is another important issue, because many people had lot of property Benami. So after certain notification, these Benami properties, there is a provision, it can be confiscated and sold by the government. Also, for improving the real estate sector, the government has also made a single window approval system. It's not completely active, but work is in process, and at the moment, at least, the building plans in most of the cities are available online sanctions. People can apply online, get the approval online. Most of the cities, at least important cities, have already activated this. But this is not the single window as such, unless until everything becomes one single window, everything is addressed only. Apart from this construction plan, there are many other things, like you have got the aviation clearance, you have got archaeological clearance, you have got fire clearance, railway clearance, PWD clearance, CPWD clearance, defense clearance. So there are many clearances which have to be taken by a developer before starting the work. And all of these take time. But all these can be simplified. Simplified in the manner now, in the aviation clearance, the airport aviation authority has prepared a color-coded map, that what is the funnel, how much area is to be left open, which is the area in which the construction can take place, up to what height it can take place, and authorize the local authorities based on that color-coded map to sanction the plan. So this has been simplified. Like that, probably the defense also is doing something, that they are making clear that this is the area under which no construction can take place, and if takes place up to what height and all. So that this type of things, probably the people do not have to run to every individual authorities, but one authority, single authorities, based on the guidelines which have been provided by the concerned authorities, can apply it and sanction the plan. So it makes simple for the simple and faster. So this has also been done. Same thing has been done for archaeological survey. Also, it has been done for most important and difficult is the environmental clearance, because environmental clearance takes lot of time. Maybe in years, 2 years, 3 years time for environmental clearance a developer has to wait for. But now they have also to a certain limit, 50,000 square feet or 1 lakh square feet area, built up area, approval responsibility has been handed over to local authorities. Local authority has been given guidelines by the environmental ministry that these are the guidelines you have to follow. If the map plan fulfills all these requirements, take an affidavit from the developer and clear the map. So this has now come out very helpful for the people who are doing the job, are doing the work, and it has simplified the process and made the life much easier. Also, gentlemen, really, okay, I think I'm seeing the time probably. So I think to create the sustainability, we have to work hard, and there are many things which are required to be done. And this India probably requires all these to be done because ours is a growing country and we have a long way to build lot many things. So for us, it is more important. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to call our last speaker today, Mr. Sanjay Mitra. He's the former Defense Secretary and a professor of practice at the School of Public Policy, IIT Delhi.
Good evening. I'll just make a couple of quick points. Sustainability is a big canvas. Governance itself is a very big canvas. So I'm quite glad that we have managed to restrict it to urban governance, and we can, where it seems to be more manageable. Indian urbanization presents a huge challenge on governance issues, and this is exactly the right kind of initiative. We have now the livability index of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. We have also the GRIHA rating system, where you have a fair amount of weightage given to the citizens' participation. I have only one question. Is it becoming too techno? Is it becoming very technocentric? Will it ever become a part of the discourse, particularly the election discourse in these towns and cities where you're going to do these reforms of where you're going to do the ratings of GRIHA, or you're going to do the livability index? Because unless that becomes a part of the regular discourse, that becomes a part of the regular campaign, it becomes a campaign issue, I'm afraid we are going to live in small islands of excellence and will not be able to replicate it across the various urban bodies, and will not be able to meet our goals of sustainability and sustainable development. Actually, I'd have loved to see many more corporators here in this seminar. There are people of distinguished professional background, there are academics, there are researchers, there are students. I would have liked to see many more corporators who would actually go back with many of these ideas firmly embedded in their heads. Many of these ideas will run counter to their perceptions of power and perception of patronage, but maybe with some more time, some more effort, we could get them to come around to these views. So this is my first big point, that we need to have more elected representatives being involved in these exercises. The second point I would like to make, that we need to spread these to the smaller towns in India. India has many small towns. Most of our initiatives are centered around big towns and the surrounding metros. The small towns have huge problems of sustainable development. In fact, sustainable development is noticeable by its absence in small towns. And maybe it's not a bad idea to reach out to the smaller towns, because we are concentrating all the time on the bigger towns, the kind of town that can attract municipal bonds. But I spent a fair amount of time in a state where most towns will not attract any municipal bond whatsoever, ever, unless we really get down to doing the solid waste management, we get down to doing their water supply, we get down to doing basically like sewage. And in fact, manual scavenging, that it should still be an issue, is a really matter of concern when we talk of sustainability. So these are the couple of big points I wish to make. Thank you very much.
We're already a bit out of the, beyond the time when we have the closing session now. I just would like to thank the panelists for their talks and the views and examples that they brought here. I think we want... Okay, good. I was told that we can get a couple of questions before the first session, and I would like to open for the audience. Please, have the microphone. I don't know who is.
Good evening, R.K. Sharma, Consultant Head, District Development Authority in Nainital, Uttarakhand. My question is for Brigadier R.R. Singh, sir. Sir, as you led emphasize on governments need to be more entrepreneurial or innovative or being some kind to GST application. So I think that there is another obstacle or obstruction in the way of selling the dwelling units in India in form of apartments and flats. That is RERA actually. So it was not discussed here. So with the application of RERA, will it be difficult to get rid of this recession or this downfall we are looking in this, we are experiencing right now?
Gentlemen, this downfall is not because of RERA. The downfall is for many reasons. The most important one reason is your demonetization.
Sir.
You know, everybody knows that the real estate was consuming maximum black money. And that black money is not coming in that to that extent in the real estate sector now. And nobody wants now, even openly reporting and all, everything has become transparent. So I won't say that it is zero, but it is very less in the real estate sector now. So this is one reason that the liquidity problem in real estate sector has gone down. Second thing is that the banks, NPA, and non-banking financial companies, their NPA problems, because banks were not directly giving to the developers. They were giving to non-banking financial companies, and non-banking financial companies were giving to the developers. Because once the non-banking financial companies have sunk, this problem has multiplied in the real estate sector, and the basic issue in the real estate sector is the liquidity problem at the moment. The developer does not have money to complete even the existing projects. So this is not because of RERA, but it is because of the liquidity which has been choked for many reasons.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any other question? Please.
Good evening, all of you. My name is Nikunj, and I am a student of architecture, currently pursuing my bachelor's in architecture from NIT Bhopal. Ma'am, I would like to ask a question from you, and sir, Sanjay sir, I would like to ask a question from you. That I think we have not pointed a very important point here, that is corruption. Corruption at the very base level and political agenda at the very base level of our government system is corroding our whole system. The difference between our legislature and our executives is the executionary is very important. So how we are seeing this thing moving forward as a country, how we should differentiate our projects from political agendas, the politicians that hinder the overall process of development of infrastructure precisely. So as as a executionary of our country, so how problems do you face in that, and how we should remove them from our path? Thank you.
As I was mentioning about this only, that when 13-14 years back, as a part of e-governance project, it was taken up, that online sanction system, it was only because we wanted to remove this corruption agenda. Now, during that time also, I used to say that corruption is not linked with the systems. Systems means whether it is online system or it is offline system. Because, as I could not mention in the presentation, that see, after 14 years time, from 2011, I am not attached with that system. I am not linked with the system, but I get to know all the details about how the system is running. Now I got the information, and I am getting information that the system is running, but lot of corruptions in other ways have cropped up because and for running the system. So it is so unfortunate, and we want to have transparency in the ULBs, but these are inevitable. As my experience goes, I can't see any future regarding corruption, how to erode corruption. That's it. Thank you.
I actually would like to bring one. Cities have people to live in. Cities will have people that stay there. People are there, you will have a political representative. As long as there is a political representative, you will have politics. It's no point saying that you will have a perfect system where technocrats run the world. That is not exactly always a very great system. There are many examples in the past where technocrats ran a very bad world. So maybe, you have to, that's the point I was trying to make. You have a set of corporators here, you try and explain why you need to have a proper solid waste disposal system. Why you need a proper landfill, why you need a sanitary landfill, why you can't put it in the domain of the next municipal town and say it is not in my backyard. You need to sensitize, you need to tell them that this is how you're going to live. If you do not do so, okay, let me digress. I mean, 10 years ago, I would not bother about I never heard any discussion regarding quality of air in Delhi. Look at the amount of discussion. It is driving the political agenda, people are responding to it, the courts are responding to it. Road safety, another example. Maybe, 20 years ago, nobody cared. So, the idea your point is well taken. There is corruption. There is corruption primarily because people are not adequately sensitized. But you will also recognize that time has come, and we used to have corruption in things like railway ticket booking. We don't have that now because IT, information technology, has made that possible. We don't have corruption in many other things. So I think, we need to get hold of the guy who actually makes the political decisions. You can't keep him out of the decision room. You have to put him there. Thank you.
Sir, one sentence. The single window approval system, it is only for that purpose, that once it is single window, online, there is no human touch and everything will be online, you get the approval online, so this will remove the corruption from the channel.
Thank you everyone. I would like to thank Dr. Simon for beautifully moderating the session, and all our distinguished speakers for giving us an insightful and interesting experiences that you have. I'm sure the participants have learned a lot through your experiences. Dr. Simon, I would like to request you to kindly give the token of appreciation to all our speakers. Mr. Anand Iyer, Chief Project Manager, National Institute of Urban Affairs. A round of applause, please. Mr. Sanjay Mitra, former Defense Secretary. Brigadier R.R. Singh, Director General, National Real Estate Development Council. Dr. Madhumita Roy, Professor, Department of Architecture, Jadavpur University. I would now like to request Mr. Sanjay Seth to please present a token of appreciation to Dr. Simon.
How are you, sir?
Thank you, Dr. Simon. Thank you, Mr. Seth. Lastly, I would like to bring your attention to the coffee table on the dais. which has a unique surface made from new GRIHA panel products currently being developed in the UNSW microfactories. The panels are based on technology developed at the Smart Center UNSW to upcycle problematic waste, glass and textile. I request everyone to please be seated as we will be shortly proceeding with the valedictory and exemplary performance award ceremony followed by cultural event. Meanwhile, you may connect with us through social media by following our Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram and Twitter page. Please use the hashtag GRIHA for all and hashtag 11GS. Thank you.